Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sorry to interrupt your breakfast, but grab your last bit of food, get a coffee, come and sit and join us. To the folks following us online, welcome. My name is Raj Kumar. I'm the president and editor-in-chief here at Devex. Welcome back to the UN General Assembly, to our annual coverage of this event. Yeah, the UN General Assembly, I remember, it's probably I've been coming to this a dozen years, was a sleepy diplomatic event. It is not sleepy anymore, and it's not just diplomatic. You've got
star-studded these days.
It's star-studded, and you've got the development community out in force. And we're really grateful that the development community comes and gathers here every year now. This is 4 days of programming in this space, and we have leaders from across global health, sustainability, humanitarian, that are all gathering here. We've got the buffet open all day, and people are networking and chatting, and we get great content throughout the day. And it's just been fantastic to get to see what's happening here and the energy here versus the understandable doom and gloom, which is happening over maybe by the Secretariat, where some of our reporters are currently chasing officials down hallways. But it's great to be with all of you. And in fact, right now, we are kicking off the news summit of our UN General Assembly coverage. And Kate, maybe tell us who you are and tell us a bit about what this is.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Kate Warren, Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at Devex, and we're really excited to be gathering you here for our Future Can't Wait Summit. As you know, there's the Summit of the Future happening, and while we don't want to be doom and gloom, we don't have much time to wait to solve some of these problems. So that's really going to be the theme of our conversations over the next 2 days. We have a really, really exciting lineup of speakers. Something that kind of sets the Devex events apart from the many, many others happening this week, and thank you for choosing to be with us, is that they're really designed and led by our journalists. This is us doing our journalism that you hopefully read every day in newsletters. This is your plug to sign up for Newswire and other newsletters, if not, or through our Pro News subscription. But this is our chance to be able to really bring this live on stage for you and be able to bring our community together, connect you, and try to bring the voices that are really leading the charge on development here for you to be able to interact with. So we're really excited for a really dynamic agenda over the next 2 days.
Me too. I don't know about you, Kate, but when I think about the SDGs, I know you and I both have daughters who will graduate from high school in 2030. They're the class of 2030. Whenever I get the school emails that say class of 2030, it sort of hits me a little bit. I see my daughter growing up fast, and I think how little time there is. And I know, because I happen to be in this business, how far away we are from actually hitting those goals. And so it's very easy to get stuck in a mindset of the SDGs are irrelevant now, there's nowhere to go. And one of the things I think we brought to the stage this year, we're going to keep bringing today and tomorrow, is the sense of opportunity. Because there's some things that are actually moving even faster than we expected. So things around digitization, internet connectivity, financial inclusion, digital IDs, a lot of that is moving beyond where the trend lines were. And there's a sense when you meet the social entrepreneurs and innovators who are in this room that actually there's a lot of really good things happening. And so there is a chance to accelerate where we are. And we want to get into that today. How do we accelerate? And that's what we're really thrilled to be here talking about.
Yes, exactly. And we would not be able to do this and put together these events without the support of our partners. So I do need to give a shout out to them. We have our impact partners, Caring Cross, CGAP, Food for the Hungry, Zipline, Funders Organized for Rights in the Global Economy, Gilead, ISN, which actually you can learn more about at their booth back there, Operation Smile, PAI, ServiceNow, and Boehringer Ingelheim. And our ecosystem partners, these are groups that we've been holding events with throughout the week: African Development Bank, AstraZeneca, AT-Scale, AXA, Boehringer Ingelheim, GSK, MSD, MSD for Mothers, and Vodafone Foundation. And then our supporting partners, HemoQ and Robin Martin. So thank you so much. You will learn more about some of those partners over the next couple of days. But again, we wouldn't be able to do this kind of programming without your support.
A couple of things stand out for me. One is that is a very long list of partners. Thank you for listening to that long list. But also it represents the diversity, I think, of what is driving global development forward, right? It's private sector, it's social innovators, it's NGOs, it's UN agencies. This is really the ecosystem approach to global development. Our piece of that ecosystem at Devex is the journalism piece, right? We're independent journalists covering this stuff. We could not do it without these partners. So please join me in thanking those partners for making all of this possible. Thank you.
Just a couple other little plugs. There are some QR codes in all your tables, which you can use to learn more resources about our partners, about Devex, sign up for our newsletters. And if you love Devex events, our really big one is coming up at the end of October, October 24th in Washington, D.C. Devex World will be around the World Bank IMF annual meetings. It will be a really, really exciting, dynamic event. So please, if you're in DC, join us. We have a special discount code for those of you who are in the room today. So if you need Wi-Fi, there's also Wi-Fi access on the table.
Yeah, well, let's just, before we get off stage, because I know we want to get started with the program, let's just give people here and online a sense of what is in store over the next couple of days. I can tell you that we've got a number of leaders. We've got the Health Minister of Nigeria, Mohammed Pate, who I know is well known to many of you in this community and is really shaking things up in his home country. He will be on this stage. We've got the Health Minister of Guatemala. Many others from the global health community are going to be here as well. Actress and activist America Ferrera will be here with Amy Pope, who's the head of the International Organization for Migration. Lots and lots of others. What else are you looking forward to?
Yeah, we also have Michelle Griffin, who's the director of the Summit of the Future, which obviously happening this week. So really excited to hear her thoughts on how that all went. We have James Snowden from Open Philanthropy. They just launched this really exciting new initiative around lead, which is a topic you don't hear much about. So really excited to learn more about that. It'll be a little bit later today in the program. We also have Mapalda Duarte from Green Climate Fund, Hamdi Lukayev, CEO of Chobani. So you'd like their yogurt.
and I'll be wrapping up the whole program tomorrow afternoon with Ankur Vora, who's the Chief Strategy Officer over at the Gates Foundation. He's been a longtime advisor to Bill Gates. It'll be very interesting to hear where he and the foundation are going and what they're thinking.
Yeah, so a very diverse set of speakers. We're really excited. And how about we get started? And I'll hand it to you, Raj, for our first conversation.
Let's do that. Thank you, Kate. I mentioned a moment ago that there are some accelerators, and I talked about digital. We talked about partnership. I think another one is young people. And that's where we're going to kick off today, because it's very easy, again, to get the sense that nothing is possible, that we're gridlocked and stuck until you go and talk to a young person, until you see the opportunity through their eyes. And a lot of what's moving, whether it's big corporations changing the way they do business or new social entrepreneurs coming on the scene and saying, hey, I got a new approach to this. A lot of what's shifting is through young people. And so we wanted to start there today to think about the future. And I'll ask this fantastic panel that we've got for you this morning to please join me up here on stage. Good morning. It is so good to be with you. Like I said, this is an opportunity, I hope, to really energize our audience here and online around what's possible. And what we're thinking really is about the future, as you might understand, as you're going to hear from a number of leaders who think about this every day. And I want to start maybe with you, Derek, if I can, because you're the only person in the world who has your job, okay? It's a job title most of us have not heard of for a good reason. You're the Future Generations Commissioner for Wales. And there's no other country in the world that has that job. And I remember reading about this and thinking about it. It's an interesting role, but it's also an interesting idea. So tell us a little bit of what is that job, and why do you think other countries ought to have it?
It's a great job title, first of all, isn't it? I mean, it is the world's coolest job title. And my job, effectively, is to advocate for the interests of future generations. So those people who are not yet born. So it's not a youth agenda primarily. It's a long-term foresight agenda. And I think what we have in Wales is a model. It's not a perfect model, but it's a model for embedding long-term thinking into public policy making. So we know governments are notoriously bad at thinking beyond the next election, the next budget cycle. And this is an attempt, a requirement for our government, our local authorities, our municipalities, our health boards, our national parks, all the public sector organisations in Wales to set in place long-term plans to help us meet our long-term vision for the country. So it's working towards a positive vision for the country, which we call our well-being goals, which is our way of legislating for the SDGs. And I think we're still the only country in the world to have legislated for the SDGs. People might tell me otherwise, but I don't know of another country that's legislated for the delivery of the SDGs, and we are behind schedule across the world in delivering on the SDGs. So this is a way of mandating our public sector bodies to work towards those.
I have the feeling, but you tell me, that your fellow government officials might get annoyed occasionally when they get a phone call from you thinking, hey, I've got enough problems to deal with today, and you're asking me to think about what's coming in the future. Has this actually worked to change their mindsets too, having someone in your role?
Well, I think it's my job to be a bit of a thorn in the side. And I mean, that's part of the role, isn't it? But I try to do that constructively, and I completely understand the pressures they're under. I mean, we have had budget cuts in our public sector. So they will tell me we've got a queue of ambulances or a waiting list as long as your arm for X, Y, and Z. How can you expect me to be focusing on the long term when we've got these immediate issues? And my response to this is varied, I guess, but this is about cultural change as much as legislation. This is about a mindset of thinking long term whilst you're also thinking short term. So if you don't have that mindset of thinking of long term trends or what we need to be doing for 50 or 75 years, you're never going to find the solutions that are right for today and right for the long term. So it's a cultural change, and it is making big changes in Wales. I mean, I'm impatient for more change and more rapid change, and that's my job to be so. But it is creating a different way of governing in Wales, which is making a difference both for today and for tomorrow.
I wonder, Shea Bastida, if you can tell us how you think about this mindset. Okay, you're a climate campaigner. You're from Mexico. You co-founded the Re-Earth Initiative. There's plenty of people who think the climate crisis, while it's real and it's here and it's now, we've got other things we've got to work on now. And you might argue the political winds are going in the wrong direction on climate. And yet you're out there campaigning and pushing. How do you think about your role in this in a week like UN General Assembly and Climate Week, when world leaders are talking about lots of things, but climate is having a hard time getting to the place it might deserve in the agenda?
Hello. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you. And Derek, thank you so much for your work. I will just give a little bit of background about the state of the youth climate movement, because I'm sure you all remember us on the streets, hundreds of thousands of us out there. And I was actually the organizer for the climate strikes here in New York, with 300,000 people walked out 5 years ago now. Thank you. And, the energy was high. It was right before the pandemic. We got all the schools in New York City to let kids walk out, over 500 high schools, over 1 million kids in the public school system in the city. And it was a moment where everything felt possible. And when anything feels possible, you are encouraged to dream. Dream about a future that is not just the apocalypse that they tell us about, but positive futures. But what I realized quickly is that people don't respond well to you yelling at them. And that is what a lot of activism was. It was confrontational. So I started to think about not how I fight better, not how we organize better, not how we confront people better, but how do we collaborate better, and how we can get to the next point of the climate movement, which for me is ensuring long-term sustainability, not only for youth of today. I'm going to be 48 in 2050. So for me, the 2050 targets are super important, also for my future kids and grandkids. But coming from an indigenous community, I come from a community in central Mexico. And we have something called the 7-generation principle, where we think of the past 7 generations for wisdom and the future 7 generations in terms of their stability. And you might think that 7 generations is a lot, but if you think of yourself, your mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, each of us is at the center of 7 generations. So 7 generations is actually not that long-term thinking, and it's people who we love. And I will love somebody who's alive in the year 2100, and we're looking at around 3 to 4 degrees of warming by then right now. So this is people who will be in our lives. This is people who we will have interest about. Not to say that we should just make sure that we are having a healthy planet for the future. And Derek, the reason why I said thank you so much for your job is because me and my friends were exactly asking this question. We have now frameworks for rights of nature. We are looking into children's rights, but nobody was talking about rights of future generations, except you and the Wales government. So when we looked up rights of future generations, Wales is the only thing that came up. And me and my friends started a initiative called the Future Generations Tribunal, because we want to make sure that future generations have rights. We want to make sure that future generations have the right to live within the planetary boundaries, which is the science that tells us the safe operating zone of 9 geological systems on Earth, not just carbon, because carbon is not all of nature. And the climate movement has been obsessed with net zero and carbon only, when we need to look at it holistically. So we are fighting not only for our world as youth in the climate space, but also because we want future generations to have access to joy. At the end of the day, the climate crisis is violence of flooding, of displacing, instability. But what we really need is to turn it around and make sure that future generations have the right to thrive. And I think all of us here are trying to do that work. And thank you for the opportunity to share about what we're doing.
We're thrilled to hear it. Go ahead, quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond very quickly. One of the things I should have said, and I try to say each time, is we're indebted to Indigenous populations for our approach and learning from behaviours that are normal in parts of the world and used to be much more normal in many other parts of the world. When we were building cathedrals in Europe, people didn't expect to see that cathedral finished. They were doing it for future generations. So thank you for saying that. And I heard a great expression this week about the rights of future generations, and someone put it this way. They said, we don't discriminate on the grounds of, or we shouldn't discriminate on the grounds of where people are born, so we also shouldn't discriminate on the grounds of when they were born. And I thought that summed it up really nicely.
Amazing message. Amel, you have really done the thing that people said was impossible and crazy. You know, if you look at the global development sectors and you divide them up, very often education is put in the too hard pile. And people, philanthropists in particular, say, I'm going to do global health, I'm going to focus on agriculture, I'm going to get into financial inclusion. But education, it's so polarizing, it's bureaucratic, it's slow. You were in the private sector, you were the first woman to be Minister of Tourism in Tunisia. You kind of could have gone anywhere, and you decided to go through that crazy, too hard door, and you created the Education Outcomes Fund. Why did you decide to do that? And what is the opportunity you see that you think this community may be missing?
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I have to say we're standing on the shoulders of people like Henrietta Hifo. She was the one who enabled us actually to have a home at the UN. So Henrietta, thank you for that. And thank you for believing in something crazy. You know, when you start something, the crazy people are the ones who are doing it, and I hope it gets to a stage where the crazy people are the ones who are not doing it. But we, look, for me personally, when I was member of government, I was member of government of the Arab Spring, as you know, and it was like a massive transformation movement, and Tunisia got the Nobel Peace Prize at the end of our work in 2015. But there was a moment that really deeply, deeply impacted me, and it was when I met with the Minister of Interior to talk about security. And really, we don't have much time, so I'm going to say very shortly. There was a moment he said, I'm going to show you a PowerPoint with some photos of young people that we feel are as a risk to become terrorists. And I had this, I probably lived a lot in the West, I had this very Western brainwashed idea of this is going to be middle-aged, ugly-looking man with big beards and stuff like that. And then when I saw these photos, they looked exactly like my children. These were like 16, 17-year-old. You know, it was really shocking. So photo after photo after photo. And then I had also the chance or opportunity or I don't know, apply to say to talk with people who came back from Syria. So in a de-radicalization program. And the motivation was zero religious. And I think big research in the US are showing that as well. For them, it was a job. And so when I left that meeting, I sat in my car, I literally cried because I felt we have failed these young people. This is our responsibility. And so when we said the Education Outcomes Fund is like, why are we failing? Like why 73% of children in low middle income countries can read and write at the end of primary school? This is insane. And in sub-Saharan Africa, is 9 out of 10 children. Why the World Bank tells us 2/3 of skills program have absolutely no impact on earning or employment. And so we said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to pay for those results. We're going to pay for a young person that has a meaningful and planetary positive job. We're going to pay for a girl that moved from primary, secondary, stays there so she doesn't get married early. And people were like, okay, if you're going to pay at the end, if you're going to tell government your taxpayer money, your philanthropic money is only going to pay at the end, who the hell is going to pre-finance this? Who the hell is going to pay for this? And we're like, we're going to find this money on the capital market. We're going to find money with social investor. And everyone is like, are you insane? We work like a country in Sierra Leone, which is like Ebola crisis, civil war, low income. There's like no one is going to believe and invest in these young people on a promise that you guys are going to achieve results. And fast forward, we were 3 times oversubscribed. We always believed when you build it right, by building really a partnership between government, civil society, private sector, when you set the right outcomes in the middle and have amazing partner. We have in Sierra Leone, for example, 5 partners from local NGO to international ones, that you can attract people. So now we are in 6 countries. We've raised over $135 million. We work with 500,000 children and expanding globally.
I've actually sat in David Sange's office in Sierra Leone, Freetown, and heard him talking excitedly about this, because this is one of those opportunities where you say private investors are willing to back the young kids in Sierra Leone. They see the opportunity there in a system that's broken, that's tough, right? And you've created that sense of hope and optimism I tried to bring to our conversation right at the beginning, that there is possibility here. It's something, Henrietta, you've done your entire career. You don't really need an introduction to this audience, but Henrietta Fore, of course, was the head of UNICEF, the executive director there, was the administrator of USAID. You've sat on many public company boards and NGO boards. You run your own business today, Holzman International. I guess I wonder if you can tell us, having been a leader in this idea of youth and education, sort of where we are now and what's the unlocking opportunity. Given all the doom and gloom across the street where you used to work, what's the opportunity now if we just focus here?
Thanks, Raj. So I'd like to add in that being the executive director of UNICEF is one of the cool job titles, so that we don't miss that one. Yeah, exactly. But what Amal is doing, I think, is one of the real trends, which is we're trying to get more private money paired with public money, focused on outcomes so that we can move things in the world, whether it's education or health or any of the issues that we have in the world. This public-private finance is one whose time has come. So I think that one is one, Raj, you've been looking at for Devex. I think this is a key for all of us. I also think, when you're at UNICEF, you really think about children. And you think about them at the youngest age. So things like early childhood development is really important. And only half of the children in the world ever have a chance at early childhood education. This is the preschool. And it is very powerful because it begins to get the nourishment for brains, both intellectually and doing play, but also it's nutrition, and you learn how to be a parent. So I think one of the things that is still available for the world to do is early childhood education everywhere in the world. It would be a huge game changer. Another one that you know from me is I really think we need to connect every school in the world to the internet. I think there's just going to be a huge group of young people who will not have a chance to be like their colleagues, their age mates, because they don't have a connectivity and they're being left behind. So if we could connect every school in the world, if we can help train you how to be an entrepreneur so that you can make a job for yourself, young people, I mean, look at she, it's great. You want lots, you want to clone her. So you think about the world to come and you think about what we can do to help. I think there are a lot of these possibilities. And if we just think together creatively, it is a world of opportunities.
Emil, maybe you could just expand on that in terms of what are the innovations happening in the education space. You've got one of the most important, which is the public-private money coming together to support this. But for people who still think, and as you know, there's a lot of philanthropists you and I talk to who they have a hard time getting their heads around this area and they want someone else to do it. What are they missing? What is the innovation opportunity in education that can accelerate us?
No, I think it's there are fantastic things happening there. Even in some of our program, we've seen. So we work with partners on the ground. They've been using more AI, for example, to support a teacher prep for lessons, or to help communities, find out, like to help like countries find out where are, for example, most of the school children and how can you integrate them back. So I think technology and AI, despite I have sometimes worry about democracy and etc. I think in education it is changing, and it's going to change even more massively. How fast and how cheap we can reach out to people, and advertise, making other stars like yesterday we had Khan Academy, CEO and founder, and their tool with like personal tutoring for children, started at a price of kind of $500 going down to kind of 130, and now they're at a $5 per child per year, and it's going to go further down, where basically every child can get customized learning. And I know there is a hype, and everyone who reads a book about AI pretends to be an AI expert, and like we have to be careful. But I do believe that's one big trend that is gonna change education and allow us also to reach out children. And the other piece, which I feel is really important, is around mental health. I mean, philanthropists or government may not want to spend in education, but we have a big mental health crisis among young people in the world, and only 2% of global health is spent on mental health, and in many countries it's zero. And so the question for me is, do we want a depressed generation to grow up? And while I love what you're doing and what you're seeing. I have myself 2 teenage daughters, and I see the numbers in the UK. I think like 4 out of 5 teenage girls have mental health issues with self-harm and et cetera, et cetera. And even my daughter tells me, you grew up in a world, it's where I had hope of build. And sometimes she feels, she's 20, she's studying design engineering, she's in a world where it's about preventing the worst from happening, be it in climate crisis, be it in insecurity of employment, et cetera, et cetera. So I do feel that there is a huge opportunity there to kind of help a future generation build hope.
Henrietta?
There's one other area that I think sometimes we forget, which is that if you actually put young people to work, that you're learning something when you're doing it. So in Seoul, Korea, the mayor said, I'm going to set aside this budget, and the young people are going to decide how it's going to be spent. That is very good training. It is an education in how to operate a city, how to actually look after all the people in your city and their needs, and so that you learn by doing it. And that learning by doing is a huge gift to the world, and we have to do more of that. It's part of being an entrepreneur and developing new products and services, but get out there and do it.
And you can see how personalized instruction through AI can actually facilitate that, right? You can find out where each person is, what their level is, what their area of expertise is, and get them into the right opportunities. Derek, just as we start closing out the conversation, I understand that people at the UN this week have been thinking about your job and thinking about making you not the only one in the world. So what is that conversation like at a moment when everybody is so constrained? They're thinking about the scarcity of resources. They're actually thinking we should do something about this even at the UN.
Yeah, so you will hear from Michelle Griffin, I understand, later in the session from the UN, who will talk about the Pact for the Future. But because there was an agreement around the Pact for the Future this week, there was a declaration on future generations, an annex to the Pact, and it's committing countries around the world, as well as the multilateral national institutions, to think about long-term thinking and find practices that they can put in place to improve that around the world, and improve capabilities around strategic foresight and futures thinking, and looking at the long-term trends that face the world. So yeah, it's been a humbling and an honor to be able to share our story in Wales and find out also what other countries are doing too. So we've had countries come to us and say, we're really keen to have a Future Generations Commissioner ourselves, and how do you do it, and how is it going to work in our context? It's not a cookie cutter approach. It needs to be adapted for the country that it serves. But there are other ways that this is being done around the world, and Finland, for example, has a parliamentary committee that scrutinizes and holds the government to account to make sure it's thinking long-term and future generations. So there are lots of different models that have been discussed this week. But what needs to happen now is we move from words to action. So that a lot of good words were spoken, and now practical implementation needs to happen at government level, at the UN level, at subnational level.
But words to action, I think, is what you do, Xie. So maybe you can close us out on this point. For those here who don't really think about intergenerational equity, it's a new idea, and it's hard to think about how they integrate it into their work. For this community of development professionals and leaders, what can they take away from this idea of intergenerational equity that might change the way they actually work day to day?
Well, something that I noticed also in the Declaration for Future Generations is that everybody has a different idea of what the future is, or what it should be, or what it entails. So I thought the Declaration would just be about climate and how we need a climate-safe world and an environmentally safe world. But there was technology, there was education, there was peace and security. There were so many things that I didn't think about because my whole world is just solving the climate crisis. And then other people might have just thought of economic stability in the future. And because we all have different views of what the world should be, that is why we should get together. Because if not, our future will not be complete. It will not have all of the different perspectives that we each have. And we should think ourselves as how all of the trees in a forest are connected by mycelium underneath. We usually, and this is something that my friend Michaela Loach said, she said, in the climate movement, we are used to seeing the mushrooms, the trees, the things that come out, the beautiful things. But what really matters is the web of mycelium underneath, the connectors that communicate all of the forest together. And even though we might only see the mushrooms, we need to focus on the growth of that mycelium and those roots. And so these connections that we're having right now is us being the mycelium that connects, because you all know that a tree is only as strong as its roots. The way that the roots grow is how tall the tree will stand. And that's who we need to be for the future. The roots that go deep, the roots that are connected for the future to have a chance to be standing tall. And we cannot get to that future unless we have youth in decision-making positions alongside all of you. Because we love to talk about youth without including youth. We love to talk about generalizing youth and how all the youth are depressed, or they don't care about anything, or they're only on TikTok. But have you talked to a young person and asking them what they want their future to look like as well? And I'm telling you, since I started asking for that shift on including youth in decision making, now I sit on the advisory board for Rockefeller Foundation. I am part of the Planetary Guardians, which is this group of 19 incredible icons, including former presidents, business people like Sylvia Earle. I'll just drop her name there because she's incredible. And if we don't have those intergenerational present decision-making bodies, the future will be missing the perspectives of youth. So my invitation to all of you is don't make decisions without somebody younger sitting next to you and somebody older sitting next to you as well.
That's a fantastic message. And for this community and for all of our work, thank you. Thank you, this panel. Please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. Xie Bastida, Derek Walker, Amel Karboul, Henrietta Fore, who had to step out. Thank you so much. It's been a great way to start today.
Thank you.
So you can't talk about climate without talking about climate finance. So our next session will be with our partner CGAP on unlocking climate finance. And I'll introduce the stage, my colleague Alan Robbins, to lead that discussion.
Well, thank you, Kate. And I'm going to turn around and introduce Sophie Sertan, who is CEO of CGAP. Please have a seat. Kate, you stole my words a little bit there, which is, that was such a great conversation about sort of all the things that we need to do to safeguard the future for our next generations. But finance is such a huge part of that, and climate finance is such a huge part of that. So we're going to talk a bit about that today. CGAP is, you're almost 30 years old. next year is 30th anniversary. So you've been a leader in the financial inclusion space throughout that time. One might say you were in financial inclusion before financial inclusion was cool, right? But through that time, it's evolved quite a bit. Can you talk a bit about CGAP's current thinking on financial inclusion and its engagement with climate finance and adaptation in particular?
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, to invite me to talk about such an important topic. So fundamentally, if you listen to global climate conversations today, you're going to hear a very strong focus on financial targets. And of course, that's critically important, but we think there's a massive gap in those conversations, which is around how we're going to ensure that that funding is going to reach the hands of those who need it the most. If you think about numbers, we have about $4.8 trillion that's been channeled into climate finance so far, but it is estimated that only 10% of that has actually reached local levels. And we fundamentally think that that's a massive problem, because what we should aim to do is first to ensure that those who suffer the most from the impact of climate change, including low-income households in developing countries, are equipped with more and better solutions to build their resilience and adapt. And second, that we also need to ensure grassroots action against a warming climate by facilitating access to greener technologies. That's really the just transition angle. We need to make sure that low-income families don't get left behind as all of us, the rest of the world, benefits from cleaner, greener technologies. And that's where financial inclusion, if you want, inclusive finance comes in. And that's why we're so actively working on this. Because it is an industry that can become a vehicle to channel large amount of climate finance directly into the hands of their existing billions of low-income customers. And we think that matters not just because, of course, that would improve the lives, livelihoods, and resilience of these people, but fundamentally because it would enhance climate action globally. And that's in the interest of everybody, including what the previous panel was talking about, future generation and the sustainability of our world.
So with climate finance is often B's are thrown around for billions and T's are thrown around for trillions. And I find that sometimes that might dissuade. I saw one number that was by 2031, we'll need to spend $10 trillion a year on fighting the climate crisis. And I think that might sometimes dissuade individuals, organizations. You look at it rather than that top-down perspective, say, oh, we need to find $10 trillion. You're looking at it more from the bottom-up perspective, right? That individuals, as long as we can include those individuals, that will help. So can you talk about how financial inclusion turns into climate finance?
Yes. So very concretely, what that would look like is that you have an existing ecosystem of inclusive financial services providers that presents a high impact, low risk opportunity, underexploited opportunity to channel climate finance at the grassroots. We're not saying that that should replace how climate finance is channeled today, right? Global climate funds, large multilateral institutions, they play a fantastic role, and that needs to continue. But they struggle in getting to the last mile. And if you think about numbers again, the disbursement of adaptation bilateral funding is 66% compared to 98% for ODA in general. So that shows that they really struggle to disburse at the grassroots, especially for adaptation. By contrast, the ecosystem of inclusive finance providers are a set of regulated institutions that are used to channeling public and private funding, including from capital markets and from donors, at scale. So they've raised billions of dollars over the last decades. They meet fiduciary standards. They meet procurement standards. Many of them are Paris aligned. And most importantly, what they do fundamentally is take big tickets of funding. So we're thinking they should do that with climate funding, big tickets of climate fundings, and they channel that into small tickets directly into the hands of low-income populations and micro firms with a tradition of high impact, focusing on outcomes, as the previous panel said, and reporting, be accountable for that impact. So maybe just to give you an example of what that would look like in practice, let's take BRAC, which is a very well-known microfinance institution in Bangladesh. They serve millions of customers. They're funded from both public and private sources, including capital markets funding. And what they've offered over the last few years is a contingent credit lines by which they pre-approve low-income individuals for withdrawing on a pre-approved credit line when a flood index triggers. Obviously, flooding increases in intensity and frequency in Bangladesh due to climate change. And so that is like an insurance, but without a premium. And it is like a credit, but without the wait time to apply. It's pre-approved. And that is reaching millions of customers with tiny disbursement funded by large amounts of funding.
So, microfinance and microcredit, that's very much the roots of CGAP, and they still play a big role in this evolution, even though, it's not trillions, certainly, but it helps to get to those trillions. How about let's talk a bit about social protection systems and the role that they play there. They're often so lacking. How can financial services really help to strengthen those to help people adapt to the challenges ahead?
Yeah. Before I talk about that, I want to say that it's not just microfinance we're talking about. I want to make sure people understand that when we talk about inclusive financial providers, it's much, 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 much more than microfinance. Microfinance is important and can play a big role, but it's also fintechs, mobile money providers, banks, even manufacturers that pair with digital banks, etc. I'm happy to give you more examples if you want later. And it's also not just adaptation. It's also mitigation. We can finance the adoption, for instance, of green cook stove or other green solutions at a low cost today. But social safety nets, to come back to your question, do play a very important role. They're a very important part of the puzzle. So thank you for that question. Because there will always be some risk at the tail end of climate disasters and some very low-income people for which social safety nets will be the only solution. And social safety nets are also a channel a vehicle to channel large amounts of donor funding directly into the hands of low-income people. They're typically funded by bilateral donors or MDBs. But again, we're coming back to inclusive finance. We think inclusive finance can enhance the effectiveness of social safety nets. And I'll give you a few ways that can happen. First, it can accelerate payments, because if you channel social safety net payments directly into the mobile money of a recipient, it can be transferred in seconds. And of course, that has happened during COVID. No, it needs to happen for climate transfers as well. Secondly, inclusive finance can even be linked, for instance, so a transfer on a cell phone could even be linked to an early warning system to do what is called now anticipatory payments, meaning you disburse even before a disaster strike, so that you enable adaptation, mitigation measures, and you reduce the impact of the shock. And that's extremely important. And now we can do that 3 days ahead of a shock. But they are tech companies that are trying to get to high level of predictability 5 days in advance. Now, inclusive finance can also help take risk away from public purses. And we all know that fiscal constraints are very strong in today's world in many developing countries. And so if you link, for instance, a microinsurance scheme with a social safety net payment, UNCDF is piloting that in the Pacific, for instance. It can disburse at the time of a shock ahead of the social safety net. So de facto, it takes away part of the risk and puts it in the insurance or reinsurance market. So there's a very strict, very strong role for social safety nets, but they need to be fit for purpose, and in that for climate. And in that context, I think inclusive finance can play a key role as well.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that's a really good call to action here for all of us, and a really useful way of seeing that, we don't have to just think the trillions. We can think, the one person at a time to get this. Sophie, thank you so much. I know this is the second time you've been on stage at Devex, so we appreciate your time. We appreciate your partnership. for this event and ongoing as well. And please join me in thanking Sophie.
Thank you.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? That sounds like folks need to hit the coffee bar in the back, but that's all right. The United Nations Secretary General just lamented that only 10% of speakers at the General Assembly are women. I think maybe he's in the wrong room. He has an open invitation to join us here. I'm really delighted to be on this panel with three fantastic women leaders working in the gender and climate space. My name is Michael Igo. I'm a reporter with Devex on our news team, and it's wonderful to see you all here. Thanks for joining. I'll just do a very quick intro, and then we're going to jump right into our conversation. We have a lot to cover this morning. Yamid Danier is the Senior Vice President of International Program at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Olivia Leland is the founder and CEO of Co-Impact, and Kathy Boffman-McLeod is the CEO of Climate Resilience for All. I encourage you to take a look at our speakers' bios because they really cover the full gamut of what climate action looks like in 2024 and what it needs to look like if we're going to get anywhere close to accomplishing critical climate goals. We'll start with a couple of questions for each of you, but I encourage you all to just jump in and keep this free flowing. You've obviously circled around some of the same tables, the same COPs for years, and have built up really remarkable expertise on this question of how we really break down the barrier between gender equity and climate action, which is a barrier that needs to be broken down if climate solutions are going to be truly responsive to the people who are most affected by this enormous global challenge. Kathy, let me start with you to sort of put this in some concrete terms for us. You've been on a real mission to highlight the dangers of extreme heat and the particular danger that extreme heat poses to women around the world. I wonder if you could just sketch that out for us a little bit so that we're all sort of on the same page of why climate disruption is a gender equity issue, and what needs to happen to ensure that that particular dimension of the impacts of climate change is neither invisible nor normalized.
Thank you very much. Let me start with just one thing. You know, we are here at Climate Week. There are so many events and messages and panels, but just one thing. Women are the answer to every climate question. So I'm going to tell you a story about Geeta Ben. Geeta Ben is a head loader in the market in Ahmedabad, and her job is to move fabric on her head from one end of the market, from one client to the other. And on May 27th, it was 51 degrees C in Delhi, it was 46 in Ahmedabad. Because of Geeta Ben's low status, she is a member of the Self-Employed Women's Association and our partner. When she goes up and down the market, because of her low social status, she can't wait inside where there is a fan. And so she is waiting for her next load, standing out in the heat. And her client brings her the fabric, she puts it on her head, she steps off the curb, and she passes out from the heat. And she breaks her leg, and she has a head injury. And so she needs to go to the hospital for a cast and an IV. She has to take a loan for that because she can't afford it. And she's financially responsible for 50% of the value of what she's carrying. That's the deal with her client. So she has to take a loan to pay it back because it fell and it was soiled. And so she's now out of work for 3 weeks. And because she does not have a safe public toilet, she has to go outside, and she doesn't want to do that. None of them do. And so she restricts her water intake.
because it's not safe and dignified to go outside. So she gets urinary tract infections and she is dehydrated, thus contributing to her passing out. Now she's in debt 3 ways and not working. She doesn't have enough for food. So we, Climate Resilience for All, in this partnership and with Swiss Re, provided a microinsurance and a cash social support layer that paid out because of that heat to support her income. She was able to eat for 10 days of the 3 weeks. She paid off the debts for the IV and the cast, and most of the debt for the fabric. I tell that story to just give a sense how tangible extreme heat is affecting women. And women are 4 times as more heat intolerant than men. And I could go on with the statistics, but when you want to help people understand how are women disproportionately affected, that was financial, that's cultural, that's physiological. And so women are disproportionately affected by heat, and the solutions are many. And again, women are the very best investment on ROI that we can make. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I mean, that's a really powerful example. It occurs to me that you said the solutions are many, and in this case, thank goodness one was there to be provided and to provide some relief. The conditions and the context that give rise to that type of vulnerability are also many and are deeply rooted. So Yamid, let me turn to you. I mean, you've been involved in, I think I saw you at COPs probably 10 years ago, and you've been there much longer, involved in this much longer than I have. So you've had a front row seat to climate policy for a long time. I'm curious how you think about the bringing together the imperative to act quickly, which is an imperative that we're all very aware of at this point when it comes to climate change, with addressing or at least confronting some of these enormous gender inequity challenges that Kathy's alluding to, that really speak to an almost sort of generational cultural change that's needed to reduce those vulnerabilities that exist. How do you think about such an enormous aspect of the problem that would seem to be slow and tectonic in the face of an emergency?
Thank you very much, and it's great to see so many people. And so I'm going to do 2 things in responding to your questions. I think we need to highlight definitely the issue, and another example is on migrations. I think there's 80% of the people forced to migrate due to climate change are women. And in doing that migration, they are more vulnerable to violence, unexpected pregnancy. So these are just, other social, dimension. But what is very important is to make sure that those women are represented and have a seat at the table when it comes to decision-making process. And we need to be vigilant. I want to give an example of where, when we heard that the COP29 presidency had a committee to advise, its agenda, all male, well, a group of women, the Dandelions, reacted. It's unacceptable. We exposed it also with the support of the media, and to really counterbalance and to make sure that in this committee there were women bringing their voices. In the here. In the and then when you see that some women are very often invisible, you can imagine that when it comes to solutions, solutions that have an impact on them are not thought through. So we need to make sure that evidence are also, embedded into the women's story. So in the IPCC, for example, the most authoritative scientific institutions, in the 19th, there were only 10% representation of women. Now it's 30, but we need to do more. And we need to train, empower, and make sure that they're geographical balance, because you can imagine that within those 30, the global south is not very much, represented. In the UNFCCC negotiations, we just reached, between 2008 and 2022, between 35%, we're still not where we need to be. So I'm just giving those statistics to really highlight that the fight continue, to represent, to bring the voice. And in addition to the example of how it affects us, we need to bring examples of how the women are the solutions. And I know I'm taking a little bit of time, but I want to build from what Kathy said. The Natural Resource Defense Council have been partnering for 10 years with SIWA, the same partner actually, and we set up a green village. Within that green village, and I had the opportunity to visit it in May this year, 47 degree. And I was just energized to see so many women fighting to tell the stories on how our work together changed their lives. So one example was how to invest into an electric tuk-tuk, those free wheels vehicles. She was explaining how it enabled her to avoid, having to walk with, her the products that she was selling, and to cover 150 kilometers of market. How it expanded her market, how it made her more independent. And then you had the whole value chain within that green village, where you had the women owning the shop, where they were, producing some fertilizers with their traditional tree, the neem tree, where they were actually trained to maintain the solar panels that were powering the irrigation system, or the again having electric cooking instead of those with the wood that were creating health also problems. So I'm just giving you just a few examples on how some of the solutions on energy, bringing energy and resilience together, how they were having some paints on the roof to reduce heat. Some for them having an AC, air conditioning was too expensive, but there's more energy efficient ventilators, fans, and they were able to fix them. So you don't think about, okay, you make an investment, you get the product that you need. No, they didn't need to wait for another consultant to repair. And they created a value chain of entrepreneurs to make sure that they were not only self-employed, self-sustained. So I just wanted to give that example. Those women who were on fire, and this is really, you can see how I am getting animated, but I will never forget this. And this is really talking when I am in the negotiations, and even if it can be very daunting to go to Azerbaijan, there may not be a lot of civic space, or especially for our women. For this reason, I'm going, and I will have that picture, that experience in my head, to be able with Rima, our partners, to really push the agenda forward.
Thanks, Yamid. Yeah, please. I think it's so important on this topic to have those bright spots to hold on to. As a reporter, I'm certainly prone to focusing on the problems a lot, and there are plenty to focus on. But thank you for sharing that. What energizes you and energizes you to travel to Baku in November. So the development community, the climate community, the development community, these are also not immune to some of these blind spots when it comes to the intersection of gender, equity, and climate change. And it seems to me that one of the places, or the ways in which those blind spots appear, is through this tendency to put everything into silos, right, Olivia, where we have climate change, we have gender. Folks here who work on other issues will be familiar with how those single issues tend to get broken out into their own silos and funded vertically, or sort of seen through a particular set of solutions. How are you seeing promising examples of breaking down those silos when it comes to gender and climate, and particularly on the funding side? where the money really comes in a way that supports that intersection?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here and with this great panel. Great to join all of you. I guess I would start by saying that if you look not at the funding side, but actually at those that are really driving change, and we see this with Co-Impact, where we're supporting local organizations that are working to shift systems to make them more gender equitable, more inclusive, and more effective. We can see that actually those silos are not existing, right? That's where those that are really driving the change can see that if you're focusing on advancing gender equality and you're shifting systems, inevitably you will also be looking at climate. And so as we've found, as we're looking at, for us, it's about actually asking the partners what's needed. They are not seeing these silos, and actually for the women in the community who are working, they're not seeing things as, okay, this is something that fits here or there. And yet for some reason within funding, and you can see that even this week, I was actually talking to someone who had gone to a number of different events that were actually around climate and others that were around advancing gender equality. And the two groups are still quite siloed. So while we actually do have the bright spots of people trying to bring them together, and I'm really excited by that, I think what we're finding is that a lot more needs to happen. But I think the answer to that is actually by listening to those that are driving the change and saying, what do you need in terms of the support to be able to do what the other panelists here were talking about, which is actually putting women leaders at the forefront. And we often talk about how the climate crisis is affecting women and girls, but the conversation also needs to be about how women leaders need to be driving those conversations at every level, right? At everything that we're talking about. And so actually being able to put funding behind the very types of solutions that people are talking about here and not seeing it as one issue or another, but actually really looking at their cross-cutting. So I think that's something that hopefully will start to happen in rooms like this and otherwise. But I do think we still have a ways to go in terms of figuring out what that will take. And I know at Co-Impact, we're still learning. We're still figuring out what role we can play to be able to complement what others are doing across this. Because our core has been really advancing gender equality. And as we've been seeing so much from our partners saying, let's actually look at these intersections, we've been having many more of these conversations and saying, okay, how do we connect? How do we think about not just the outcomes around power and around agency, around economic outcomes, but also ecological outcomes? How do all of these things come together, and supporting the leaders who really have many of these answers and the bright spots that you're talking about?
Thanks, Olivia. And actually, I want to stay with you for a minute because you alluded to Co-Impact's mission around ensuring that women and global South-led organizations are at the center of climate action, and something that's striking about Co-Impact is your transparency around what you've learned trying to do that. Your website actually includes quite a lot of information about the experiences that you've had trying to fund these organizations, but not just fund them, invite them to the table in a meaningful way. I wonder if you could just say a little bit about what you've learned in terms of what works and what doesn't when it comes to using resources from the global north to support organizations like that in the global south in a way that is absolutely critical to this fight. And I would invite Kathy and Yamid to weigh in on that as well, because I know it's not a one-woman job here.
So I think your last bit is actually probably what I would say is our biggest lesson, is that it's all about doing this in community. Because I do think that because none of us have we hopefully have some of the answers, but actually it's by coming together, that's actually how we can be more effective in what we can actually support. So I do think there's, for us, it's about, and as you've seen in play in the way that we have approached the work, it's about how do you really truly center the voices of those that are driving change in not just sort of in how you support, but or not just in like who you support, but actually how you support. So some of our lessons have been, how do we actually really center the partners? So things as kind of concrete as when you have a conversation saying, what is it that you want to be covering? What is it that you want to see from us as a funder? Rather than coming in, often in funders, we come with our ideas of what it should be, but actually really making sure that we do center the experiences and the voices of those that we're actually in existence for, right? So I think that's really key. I also think that, you said Global North resources, actually very intentionally within Co-Impact, it's been global resources because we very much want it to be a global community. So both on the funding side, it's actually from around the world, and then also in terms of the support for the partners. And I think there is something to that. If what we're talking about here is what we're trying to change, it's about how do you make sure that you bring different perspectives together, and actually from that you can go further in what you're trying to do. So I think that's been a big lesson for us, is how do you kind of curate those sorts of spaces and communities to be able to realize that even us, right, we are a collaborative, but we also think about how do we collaborate with others in what we're doing, because ultimately, often you can end up in some of these spaces here where we'll say, okay, well, we need to work together. And then you leave and continue on with what our path is, right? And so it's actually like, how do we, afterwards, what is that next step? What's the next step after we have this discussion so that what we're doing adds up to more together?
If I could, yes. And for the nitty gritty of that, that's a short story about Gitaben, but the product that we developed was developed with the women. And so grassroots leaders representing women by trade. And so roundtables and focus groups to figure out what the product needed to do, fed back through grassroots leaders into the conversation we had with the Swiss Re product developers and with us and medical doctors representing Self-Employed Women's Association. And the reason I'm saying it is that it takes time, and there's an urgency to this work, and yet we have to have the inclusivity. You have to ask, and it needs to be driven from the women, from what is it that you need. And you just said it, but just thinking about the chain of what it takes time, but also that ultimately we want the replication and the scale. We need that to be mainstream, that the motivation, the contours of a product, the scope of combined financial and non-financial and other interventions that are going to be investing in livelihoods, which I would say, Yamid, yes and yes and yes on the investment in new ways to self-sustain, to grow, to make more money, and to we're thinking about the members as the new insurance agents that sell insurance to their community as more of this type of insurance is scaled. But it starts with women and asking and the inclusivity, and it takes a little bit more time than we're accustomed to, but what we're doing right now is not working so well. So I think the time is important.
Yes, and I think I worked in the government, then as an activist in the think tank, then had a stint in the philanthropic world, and now back into the field. As in a think tank, coming back, I think that I see a lot of fragmentation in our efforts, and this is why in your first question, I made a point to really build up and to demonstrate that together we can go so much further. Because what Kathy and her organization is bringing is complementary to what we're bringing with the same. With the same SIWA, self-employed women associations, and it's about scale ultimately. So I just wanted to make a plea, as we're trying to navigate 900 events, but how we can do a little bit more together, first of all, and that can help also the funders, to try to navigate how their funding is going to add up and or be more than the sum of the parts. The other plea for the funders community is to make sure that there's more trust into the system. We are at an implementation time. So what is very, very often needed to really make a reality what you beautifully described is co-funding, unrestricted co-funding to those communities. Instead of saying, yes, I want that money to really do that particular project or thing, spending time with those beneficiaries and then trust them and give them the flexibility to use the money how they think is best and in a resilient way, because they would have to navigate also some of the changing climate and changing opportunities. So I think that, and also invest for the long term. I think building on what Kathy said, for too long there's been piecemeal, funding for just 1 year. We need more than 3 years. And the opposition is winning because, what we see now is because they made investment for more than 10 years. We're seeing, whether it's disinformation or it's been long in the making, actually. We are struggling now, but so we need to tackle the urgency, but in a sustainable way to also see long term. And investment is important. And my last point is to really challenge some perceptions about what is possible, especially by women. I would like to remind everybody, you can check some of the statistics, but the highest proportion of entrepreneurs, the highest proportion of women entrepreneurs in the world is in Africa. A quarter of entrepreneurs in the continents are women, yet they get 7% of funding. So let's get the math a little bit. We are heading into a finance COP. It's all about finance. Then we know that this continent gets only 4% of the funding. And out of 4%, there's only 7% getting to women. Women entrepreneurs that are really, the lung of the economy and the social breakthroughs. So I just wanted to put that in perspective, and how if we were taking, those really challenging some of the statistics and looking at some like what I've just said, the potential for scale, the potential to really just go further with partners like, who you have in this panel.
Thank you, Yamid. With the minute that we have left, let me jump to a lightning round question that Yamid just alluded to. We've got less than 2 months until COP29. Any hopes or dreams of what could and should emerge from this particular climate conference?
It's going to be a tough round. And it's been framed as there's a lot of decisions to really power to finance, the action that needs to be done. So I will just say, I would like the finance COP to become an investment COP, actually, because with finance, we either associated to a lot of the cost of action, putting aside the cost of inaction, which is outweighing actually the cost of action. And it does have the sense of charity. It's about investing into the future. So even if it's going to be difficult, I think trying to make the connection to why we need that finance and the opportunities for a brighter, safer, future, and more also equitable future. So with the empowerment of women, I think this is what it is going to be about, and we will need to fight. I was happy to see a little bit of, at least honest conversation, creating space for honest conversation, even with ministers outside the negotiations, so that, people step back and they don't have the Damocles sword of their country's interest and position to really think a little bit more innovatively about ways forward, but connected to the reality. And if you remove the word climate finance, investment, maybe it brings something, a different mindset, because we know how to do this. Some of the investment, we need to stop finding some excuses. We know how to actually react for this. And we're entering for 12 months in a row for the first time in history. We passed 1.5. So 1.5 is still not out of the window because you need about 20 years to try to see really the impact. But we are entering into uncharted territories, so let's accelerate and move from talk to action.
That's wonderful. The red light is yelling at us, but maybe in a word, do you have any expectations or hopes for COP29?
Well, I might, given the topic of the panel, with that it's around gender justice and climate justice, I think there's a lot that's happening, especially around COP30 and people coming together. So my hope is that we can collectively mobilize significant resources to actually support what we've talked about here, which is we know that there are organizations that are working on this at scale, making systems really shift in meaningful ways. So my hope is that collectively we can figure out how to support them in many of the ways that you were just describing.
When women are climate resilient, we will all be climate resilient.
All right. We have to leave it there. Thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Well, I think that conversation perfectly tees up our next conversation here with Institute for Sustainable Communities. And, when we look at climate justice and supporting particularly community-based and women who are at the forefront of this, it's really hard for them to access a lot of this funding, a lot of the federal funding, which really isn't set up for small community-based organizations. So I'm really excited for us to spotlight some work that EPA and ISC are doing to make that funding more accessible to small groups that are often left out of more larger federal funding packages. So I'm really excited to introduce Rebecca Kaduro, who is the president for the Institute for Sustainable Communities, and Dr. Earthy Nance, who's the Region 6 administrator from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So thank you both for joining us today. So Rebecca, I'd like to start with you. So ISC was one of 3 environmental justice thriving communities grant makers, which is a program under the EPA that is all about trying to make grant funding more accessible to small community-based organizations, those who typically don't have the large business development teams that turn out these big proposals that are typically required from large government donors. So can you talk a little bit about that process and how you're seeing it be able to make this funding more accessible?
Yeah, sure. And I want to talk not just about the environmental justice grant-making program, but the Inflation Reduction Act as a whole, which, the current administration has done something really unique and put Justice 40 requirements on the funding, which means that 40% of all the Inflation Reduction Act funding has to flow through to communities that are, classified by the EPA as most vulnerable to climate change, which I think is just something that's really innovative. In terms of grant making specifically, so we're one of 3 national grant makers. There's also 9 regions.
There's 10 regions.
10 regions. And each region also has a grant maker. And those are $50 million contracts. And so what the EPA has done is something really unique, which has decided, they said exactly what you said. Small community-based organizations don't have the capacity to both apply for and report on federal funding. And so they have put intermediaries there, and they've done something, really great, which is layer that with technical assistance as well. So there are 3 national technical assistance providers. That program has an acronym called TICTAC, Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. And there's 10 regional TICTACs as well. And so community-based organizations can both apply for smaller bits of funding. The idea specifically is, organizations like ISC, we're really trying to set the bar low for what that application process and what that what the requirements are for reporting, so that community-based organizations can access that fund. There's also a specific pot that is a non-competitive fund, so will be for organizations with very low capacity. Those grants range from $75,000 to $350,000. And that's the point, is to get the money into the hands of communities that wouldn't be able to access federal funds if they were having to service that grant directly for the federal government.
Great. And Eartha, I'd like to bring you in. And so what are some of the barriers you've seen to be able to enacting more access to funding, and how are you seeing these programs being able to overcome those?
I think the biggest barrier has been the lack of funding. So right now we have the most funding in history that we've ever had under a policy of environmental justice, of jobs, of wanting to kind of rebuild our infrastructure, which we had not been investing in for so long, and then also kind of the climate transition. So all of that, those ideas are in the money that we have. So we have more money, and then we have it kind of in two big pots. So there's the infrastructure, like the bottom line infrastructure, so roads, bridges, dams, new EV centers, batteries, solar, all the big stuff is in the bill money. And then kind of the localized, smaller things that communities can do, the types of grants that they now have access to are under the IRA, which was just very well described. And so for the first time, there's billions of dollars available to communities. And it's aligned with training and help on how to write the grant. And if they don't get the grant, help with rewriting that grant to make sure they get something. This has never happened. So they do have access.
Rebecca, maybe you can share some examples of some successful programs that have come out of this.
Yeah, so most of them are just kicking off. So I want to just, for everyone in this room, this is historic funding. It's never happened before. And it's taking some time to roll it out. So, speaking of the Northeast, since we're in New York, Region 3, which is just south of New York, Pennsylvania, and neighboring states, just launched their grant application last month. Institute for Sustainable Communities and the Region 2 grant maker, which is Fordham, will be opening their applications November 1st. So we don't have a lot of data yet, but we are seeing, for example, there was a pot of money that just came out through the EPA called the Community Change Grants. Those are just going out now. And so I want to clarify that, because we get a lot of people who reach out to us and say, hey, I read a press release about, the Inflation Reduction Act a year ago, and it said funding was coming out. Did I miss it? And you haven't missed it. So I think a message is, as Eartha said, the funding is a lot. And if we don't go out and get it in the next 2 years, it goes away. It recycles back into the federal budget. And so it's just starting to ramp up now. And, a year from now, we'll have some really great examples. But
and what are you looking for?
So, I think it can really fund a lot. But I think one of the things that ISC, we are both a technical assistance provider and a grant maker. We're really trying to encourage organizations to think very strategically about this. There is a lot of funding hitting the market. A lot of people have heard about the greenhouse gas reduction funds. I've seen lots of sessions about that. Those still have the Justice 40 requirements on them. And so the green banks that are giving that money, we're really working with them and trying to push them to think, okay, I need to give some of these loans to communities. How do I do that? And we, ISC and the environmental justice grant makers, we have great grants that communities can use for whatever they need. And we're really encouraging people to think, how can you leverage that grant funding to de-risk some of these other pots of money coming down the pipeline, whether that's the greenhouse gas reduction funds, solar for all, a lot of the infrastructure money, getting a $250,000 grant to do your planning and your feasibility study for solar, or even register as a 501c3 so that you can become eligible for some larger pots of funding. really you can do anything with it as long as you can show an environmental justice need in the community. And we're really encouraging people to think of the full capital stack of what is out there with the EPA and to utilize these grants as a way of leveraging and de-risking some of this, and billions are coming down the pipe.
Yeah, and this challenge of being able to get funding to small community, local organizations and community-based organizations is not unique to the EPA. This is across the government, and many people in the room work with other agencies like USAID and grappling with some of these same challenges. So, Earthy, what would be your advice on how this could be scaled across other government agencies to make federal funding more accessible to small community-based organizations?
So it's not just EPA that has been receiving bill money and IRA money. So, for example, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, and so the same ideas that we're using in EPA, they have as well. So, for example, my colleagues in Department of Energy have created community benefits agreements around grants that they're giving out for energy, for infrastructure, to make sure that communities receive some benefit there and that they have a role and a say in what happens. So that's their version of this, of Justice 40. And just to want to put on the table, I'm at about 75% of Justice 40. So we're way beyond the 40% in my region.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
And quickly in closing, how can, if there's somebody in the room that's interested in accessing some of this funding, where could they go to learn about it?
Yeah, I believe we're going to have a QR code at some point that has some
there are some on the table, so that must be,
links.
Yep.
But I'll share a story just really quick. Was that my daughter's school? I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Was sent an email out to parents saying, "Hey, we're raising $100,000. We're trying to put in a composting system." And I did a quick Google. I said, "Okay, Tennessee." EPA, IRA, composting. And something came up and it was said, Region 4, which is the South where we're based, had just opened a waste management fund for schools. And just even as simple as Googling something simple, I was able to say, hey, by the way, 3 days ago, this window opened. It closes October 31st. You can apply for up to $250,000. And here is the contact for your local regional technical assistance provider. And so I think even just encouraging community-based organizations to really pick through the resources and reach out to your local TICTAC. ISC can help refer you to the TICTAC, but there is so much investment that's gone into technical assistance. I think it's really big that the federal government recognized that we can't just put grants out there, but we have to actually help community-based organizations access them. I really think leveraging those technical assistance resources and digging through, grants.gov, you can really find, there's a lot. I'm surprised at what I find out there, so.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Rebecca, Earthy, and to ISC. And learn more about some of these resources. Again, you can follow the QR codes on the table. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are going to continue the conversation with Devex senior reporter Colin Lynch. You may know his byline. He covers the UN. He's also been all over New York this week and will be sending out a special edition newsletter on Monday, all about what's happening this week. So make sure you're subscribed to Newswire. But I will hand it over to Colin for our next conversation on food as a weapon of war.
Hello, we're hearing that. I have the button turned on. Hi, my name's Colin Lynch. We have a really terrific panel here. I mean, I've been writing quite a bit on the issue of the use of food as a weapon of war, and I'm always looking to find like the best experts in the world on this topic, and so you're going to get to listen to them today. On my left, we have Jeremy Konindick, the president of Refugees International. And a former high-level official who used to run the COVID-19 operation under the Biden administration and also had many senior positions dealing with disaster relief in the U.S. government. We have Leslie Rachambeau from Save the Children, the Managing Director of Humanitarian Policy. We have also Abdul Wasea Mohammed, Policy Advisor for Oxfam, who's based in Aden, Yemen, and we'll be talking a bit about Yemen. And on the end here, we have Alex Duvall. He is the author of Mass Starvation, A History and Future of Famine. He's also, a very well-known sort of historian and expert on sort of African issues, working closely with African governments in the past. So what I'm going to try and do to set up this conversation is we're going to go to the historian, we're going to go to Alex to try and set the scene. We have all been witnessing evidence of food used as a weapon of war in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, and other parts of the world. And the question is this something that indicates that the norms around the notion of siege are new, and whether they're eroding or whether they ever existed at all? There's a very interesting sort of anecdote that Alex told me a few months back about during the Second World War, that the U.S. blockade of Japan was called Operation Starvation. So it was, a period where even the notion of using starvation as a weapon of war was not something you were necessarily trying to hide. So why don't I'll turn the floor over to Alex, and he can give us a sense of where we are on this.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It would be a greater pleasure if we didn't have such a depressing topic to talk about. So starvation is one of the oldest weapons of war, and pretty much in any period of history you will see it being used. Speaking as a British citizen, I have to say the British were particularly accomplished practitioners of starvation in colonial operations. There's even a handbook for small wars published in 1899 that describes how a colonial expedition should starve out native peoples. The Royal Navy used blockade very effectively. But as Colm indicated, probably the zenith of this was World War II, where as many people died from hunger during that war as died from all the types of direct violence combined. And that included the Germans' hunger plan, the plan to exterminate through starvation some 30 million people in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, including the Jews. Operation Starvation, and a lot of others too. Now, what's interesting then is that with the adoption of the Geneva Conventions and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, etc., after World War II, blockade and the use of starvation was not prohibited. The reason being that the maritime powers, the US, the UK, France, were also the colonial powers, in several cases, intended on using it, which they did. And it was really only after the end of empire and after the US withdrawal from Southeast Asia in the 1970s that we began to see prohibitions on starvation creeping in, first to the Geneva Conventions, then into other provisions of international humanitarian law, culminating in a prohibition in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court in 1998. And then I think because most of the wars of starvation were wars in places like Sudan, or Somalia, where the major powers didn't have so much of an interest. We saw UN Security Council Resolution 2417 on armed conflict and hunger in 2018, which was an attempt to stop this, essentially. Unfortunately, what we've seen in the last 6-7 years is a major return of starvation as a weapon of war, and a toleration of this by those who are not directly inflicting it, including United States, European governments, and others.
Right, thank you. So let's talk about it. You talked about sort of the Geneva Conventions, the additional protocol in the 1970s, prohibiting the use of starvation as a vehicle of war. I had an interesting conversation with someone very senior in the kind of UN humanitarian sector who is saying that, the notion of humanitarian principles around this issue are basically a useful fiction. So you have Security Council resolutions prohibiting this. You have communiques signed by a lot of the perpetrators of these siege operations. Do these rules really mean anything, and how do you apply those in your own work? That's for you, Leslie. Yeah.
That was for me. Thank you. And it's an honor to be here, so thank you very much. I tend to be a little bit more optimistic. I am an idealist at heart, and yeah, this is a very sobering discussion, and that is a very difficult question. Do the humanitarian principles mean anything? I think Save the Children, and certainly I would say they mean as much as we are willing to put behind them, right? They mean quite a lot to the humanitarian community. I think over the last several decades, we've seen sort of the professionalization of the humanitarian sector. We've seen, a series of agreed standards for the provision of aid, a real sort of consolidating across both UN humanitarian actors and NGOs across this broader interagency humanitarian response community about what the humanitarian principles mean. For those of you who are not as familiar, the humanitarian principles are around our neutrality in a conflict situation. We do not take a political position. We do not side with one party to a conflict. We are independent from any government, even if we're receiving funding from that government to provide assistance. We are impartial, so we provide assistance to people who need it. And our driving force is humanity. It's really saving lives. And so that is the bedrock for humanitarians and something I certainly stand by. I think the gap, unfortunately, is governments, it's member states, right? So yes, they pass Security Council resolutions, they pass laws and bills and say all kinds of lovely things. Do they actually understand what that means? I think there's very much a knowledge gap, and there's very much an exceptionalism for some governments. And it's such an abstract concept that when you get down to, what that means administratively, right, for a donor government, what kinds of policies does that actually prevent them from putting in place, they suddenly go, well, wait a minute, maybe we don't stand behind this anymore. And so I do think that the knowledge gap is kind of one of our biggest problems. But again, I am more hopeful. I work for Save the Children, and I do have to think people want to protect children. Other things get in the way a lot.
Yeah, let me follow up on this issue of exceptionalism, because I think that's a big problem right now. I mean, I remember covering, for instance, Syria, the sieges in Eastern Ghouta, sieges by the Assad regime, but also at a lesser degree by the opposition, by the armed opposition. The U.S. was quite open, critical of that, rightly. Also, Ukraine, the massive effort by the Russian government to basically undermine Ukraine's ability to produce and export food to the world. The U.S. has been less robust, obviously. That's an understatement in terms of the situation in Gaza. So for Jeremy, this sense of, this sense that the U.S. is applying, not just the U.S., but governments are applying a double standard. To what degree does that make it difficult to sort of even address this issue?
I think it makes it exceptionally difficult because what we kind of, as the world, inherited as one of the legacies of the Second World War, and I see international humanitarian law to a large extent as a warning from that era and from that generation, saying, do not do this again. Do not fight wars this way. The victors of those wars did not look back at all that had happened and all that, frankly, they had done and say, that worked really well. That should be how we do this going forward. They did the opposite. They got together, they formalized the Geneva Conventions, as Alex referenced, and said there are certain tactics, certain ways of fighting that should just be out of bounds, period. Starvation as a weapon of war, collective punishment, these are things that should be out of bounds. And what is happening, I think, in particularly sharp contrast between, I would point to Gaza, I would point to Ukraine, and I would point to Sudan. You have different governments taking wildly different positions on these questions, depending on which conflict you're talking about and which side they're on. And the U.S. takes different positions on that. The UAE, which on the one hand is trying to lead the fight for humanitarian access in Gaza here in New York, while in Sudan shipping arms to a genocidal paramilitary group in Darfur. You can't do both those things and say this is about principles or this is about norms. This is just purely then about geopolitics. And I think one of the most damaging things about that is, cynics, kind of geopolitical cynics, for years have said none of this is real. All of this is just geopolitics by other means. And I think for a long time you can make a plausible case that it wasn't. And I firmly believe it shouldn't be geopolitics by other means. When I was in the Obama administration, one of the things that we did was actually, when the Saudi government was trying to put a siege on Yemen, to push them quite hard and actually create an impartial mechanism through the UN to inspect aid so that the Saudis could not use a security rationale to block aid from going in and block commercial traffic from going in. It was imperfect, but we were willing to push a partner of the United States on that. We're not seemingly willing to do that now. The UAE president met with President Biden on Monday, and reading the readout from the meeting, it was like a dispatch from another planet. So I really think we are losing something fundamental that is going to damage humanitarian access and damage this legacy of the post-World War II era for a generation.
So one thing I think is kind of interesting. I mean, when you look at these cases we've been talking about, where governments use, use food as a weapon of war, morally, it's pretty easy to sort of see who's behaving properly and badly in this sort of situation. You may not have an ability to affect the outcome, but you know it's wrong, and you can have a sort of moral judgment that is not that complicated. But the role of the international community in responding to the need for food in conflict zones is far more complicated. And Abdul Wasea is based in Aden in Yemen, and I've been writing a bit on Yemen lately. And you have the very interesting situation where the WFP, the World Food Program, is trying to sort of retarget its distribution of aid in northern Yemen because of issues involving their ability to determine that the people who need it are getting it in terms of their dealings with the Houthis. And so in December, the World Food Program suspended much of their food aid into northern Yemen as it sort of engaged in negotiations. Not a lot of people know, but the United States had about 60,000 metric tons of food and other goods that were destined for northern Yemen last year, and those have been parked in ports in UAE ever since, an effort to try and increase, WFP's negotiating leverage with the Houthis. So maybe if you can give us a sense of, to the degree to which the international, this is, acceptable that the international community is blocking aid. On the other side of the story, there's concerns that the Houthis are using that aid to advance their broader recruitment military position in Yemen. So very complicated, muddy situation.
Indeed, complicated. Thanks so much, Carmen. It's an honor to be here. I think we have a different situation in Yemen. We operate in one of the most complex environments. Aid diversion is a very complex term or subject itself. We cannot say that aid diversion is happening. We can say that attempts of aid diversion could happen, but as NGOs and humanitarian community in Yemen, we have our safeguards, we have our due diligence, and at certain points, sometimes we see our programs also suspended because we push back on these attempts. Of course, aid can be a way of weaponized in some way, and we see that in different contexts. But we also see conflict-driven also issues, including the blockade, the siege. We see that also in other forms, including the targeting of the facilities, the infrastructure, farms, factories, the infrastructure that civilians depend on. And when it comes to Yemen, it is already one of the poorest countries in the region. But beyond that also, we have seen this relevant calm in Yemen through the truce, even though it's a fragile one, but also economic warfare is continuing, and it's actually affecting the economies of people. And that's another way of where we see conflicting parties actually taking advantage of that, and it's affecting those who are in much need of aid. But we see also beyond that, when it comes to the humanitarian aid, in one way or the other, it's the way that it is channeled. It's not the best way, maybe for the communities. We need also to reevaluate it, and we see that in the case of WFP, where they're trying to reevaluate how this aid is getting or channeled through to communities. And one of the best ways to see this happening is, it goes back to the ancient saying of, "Don't give me the fish, but teach me how to fish." And I think we have an obligation as a humanitarian community to reduce the dependency on aid by also ensuring that people can generate income and that they have monies in their pocket, because economy now in Yemen is the main barrier also to access other services, including health, education. And the more it is being used by the conflicting parties, the effect lies on those who are most vulnerable, including female-headed households. So it continues to be a very complex situation in Yemen, but also it requires the attention from the international community.
Right. Thank you. So I'd also like to ask, I mean, it's been a rough year for the World Food Program. They have a case in Sudan with 2 senior officials who are under investigation by their inspector general for misconduct. You have, the issues in Ethiopia about diversion of food, Somalia, diversion of food aid. You have similar questions, even though USAID and WFP don't like to admit it, that there is diversion of aid for military purposes in Yemen as well. I mean, maybe, Jeremy, you could start with this and somebody else can pick up on it as well. But, how do we deal with this issue when the agency that we look to, there's increasing concerns about the integrity of the work that they do, and who knows whether that sort of results in declining political support.
It's one of the most fraught questions, I think, that we face when it comes to food aid. This is a resource. This is a resource that people want to control, and I think for the same reason that at times we see starvation used as a weapon of war, because that is a form of control. The control of food aid can be a form of control, and it can be very lucrative. And I think that requires obviously really robust internal systems and oversight within the World Food Program. I think that is an area that they could stand to improve. The World Food Program is an amazing organization. They have some of the best global logistics capacity of any institution in the world, but they're not perfect. And I think they could do with a more robust internal oversight culture. That was something that struck me when I was a U.S. government official, and we could get much deeper oversight of our NGO partners and of our UN partners. I think there is something to be strengthened there, but they also need top cover from governments. And the Ethiopia example here is instructive. Ethiopia manipulated WFP for decades. And government donors largely let the Ethiopian government get away with that because they didn't want to challenge them. And finally, it was brought to a head a few years ago when this mass diversion scandal was uncovered in Ethiopia. Only then did the U.S. government finally really make that a bilateral issue in the relationship with the Ethiopian government. It needed to be elevated much earlier.
Right. Anybody else want to take this one? Yeah, Leslie?
Sorry, I can't see if somebody else raised their hand. Thank you. I think that was a very helpful overview. I also, as my colleague here pointed out, these are complex situations that we're working in, that we're operating in. There's never no risk. There's never zero risk. It is all about risk management. I tend to think investigations are generally a good thing. When they happen, it is a sign that the system is, to some extent, catching these things as they happen. I know we would prefer never seeing scandals pop up, but I'd rather there not be, there be some investigations than we say everything's good all the time, because that's just impossible. One of the things that we have been bringing up to USAID, to US government actors over and over again, is that because, this is not a zero risk situation ever, we really need to diversify where funding is going. We cannot put all of the money in one UN actor and expect them to be able to manage the risk appropriately, right? We need to diversify funding. We need to diversify it with other INGOs, but also with local organizations. And there have been really great examples in over the years of how this model works and how these organizations can work together to share risks that they're seeing, to manage potential things before they happen. And I think the way that the US funding environment has gone for the last couple of years with relying on these massive supplementals and influxes and the pressure from Congress to spend it really quickly has actually come around and hurt us in the end because, in order to spend it really quickly, you give it to the UN actors because there's less paperwork involved, right? But then expecting them to manage that risk, and I agree completely on the training piece. So yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Anybody else? Can move on. Go ahead.
Just one very small point, which is that the resolution 2417 in the Security Council was an attempt to give a sort of consensual multilateral top cover to help prevent this from happening. And this really has to be a multilateral issue. It's not an issue that can be taken on by any one government, however powerful. And the failure to hold the multilateral ring on this issue is, I think, the root cause of our problem now.
Right, thanks. So we're now, sort of moving away from history. We're now dealing, we have three major situations. You have Gaza, ongoing conflict, hasn't been an issue yet in Lebanon that I'm aware of, but Ukraine, Sudan. So, all these are situations without a ceasefire, and I think everybody agrees that the major way to resolve these issues is through a ceasefire. But in the meantime, have we learned anything in these situations which enables the international community, governments to make a difference? Anybody can take this question, but would you like to start, Leslie? Is there anything we can do in Gaza? Is there anything we can do in the Ukraine? Is there anything we can do in Sudan?
There's always something we can do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning. Yes, I do think that we have learned that, Gaza is a great example. I heard colleagues talking about sort of the polio campaign that happened recently, where we saw that, yeah, if there is political pressure, if there is, the political will behind it, we can have short durations where humanitarian access is possible, right? How do we make that happen more often and really sort of highlight the critical need on food specifically, so that it's not just one example. And I had some conversations with BHA just last week about this. I also think as humanitarians,
BHA, by the way, is the main
Bureau for
operation in USAID that
Sorry.
deals with these issues.
I used to work at the UN and now I work in DC, and it's just acronym after acronym after acronym. I'm very sorry. But I think as humanitarians, we've learned, to plan ahead. We've learned to partner with local actors who will know best what planning needs to happen, where, the best routes could be for humanitarian access. We've learned to, in Gaza, know that at any moment there could be another forced evacuation. How do we pre-position stock and plan ahead so that we are not, we can't solve everything, but it lessens some of those gaps. And I also think, in Gaza and Syria in the past, certainly in Sudan, we've learned that every route is important, right? We can't just rely on a single entry point. We need to be having governments and humanitarians negotiate cross-line, cross-border, using commercial supply routes, whatever it takes to get it in, to get the food aid in.
Right. Abdulwesa, any thoughts on Yemen or on any of the other
Absolutely.
cases?
Thanks. I think this is a very critical topic with all that is going on now in the world. And I think there is the need to restore humanity. And I think one of the things that we do at Oxfam, we cannot be neutral. We cannot be just, our neutrality does not work in settings where vulnerable people or vulnerable groups will face a lot of issues. So we will have to side with the vulnerable, and we need to continue pushing. I think we have a report that came out recently on vetoing humanity, and I think we need a huge reform on the global system to ensure that humanity is restored.
Yeah. Another question, this is more about the UN more broadly and the UN Secretary General. If you've kind of followed this UN Secretary General, he's very much shifted the UN's focus away from conflict resolution to finding areas along the margins to make progress on humanitarian response. So, the UN, there's never been any question in Guterres' mind that he could close a deal, a peace deal in Ukraine, but he negotiated the grain deal, which provided enormous benefits while it lasted. You have other situations where, you don't see Guterres going to the Middle East to engage in mediation discussions on, trying to end the war in Gaza, but, he shows up on the border to highlight the humanitarian response. So I think, the UN is really moving its focus away from conflict resolution to humanitarian response, with the notion that you do the things that you think you can have the most value added. But there's a lot of criticism that the UN needs to get back into the game of mediation. So maybe we could start with Jeremy, and we could go on from there.
I wouldn't put most of that on Guterres. He has as much space as member states give him. And I think what we see in recent years is the member states do not look to the UN as the venue where they want to solve these things, and many of them actually don't want these things solved necessarily. So he can't go further than the states that compose his institution.
But I mean, saying that, but still, I mean, is there not a certain value in, I mean, the UN has been present even when it's not a major player in the Middle East. They're part of the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think the UN is a moral force, or it's nothing. And Guterres can speak. And he has said that famines are man-made. Now, the corollary of that is there are men who make them and men who can unmake them. And we know that, as has been demonstrated, there are things he can do. If, in the case of Sudan, I think if Mohammed bin Zayed and Mohammed bin Salman were to get together, they couldn't solve the problem in Sudan, but they could stop it from getting worse overnight. We know that if Israel wanted every child in Gaza to have breakfast tomorrow, it would happen. They've shown it. The fact that it does not happen means that we need to point the finger at those individuals who are not making that decision and hold them culpable. And if there is a political price to pay, then I think those who are in positions of authority, including the Secretary General, ought to face the prospect of paying that political price.
Let me ask you, we only have about a minute left, but let me ask you on the question of accountability. I mean, there have been, I think it was in Rwanda, they did the first criminal court investigation into sexual crimes, right? So there are certain areas, carve-outs where, there are prosecutions. We're seeing this happening, the use of food as a starvation, a tool of starvation. Starvation is a tool of war in all these places. I mean, do you see the ICC, the International Criminal Court? I mean, are people ever going to be held accountable for this piece of, what's going on? Anybody want to? Yeah.
I think it has been fascinating to see the ICC and the ICJ as one of the venues that can kind of cut through a lot of the spin and obfuscation that is surrounding these issues and kind of force facts onto the table. There's also a case being brought by an Israeli NGO called Gisha, which is a rights NGO in Israel that has taken the Israeli government to court over impediments to access in Gaza. And that similarly is forcing COGAT, the Israeli government body that coordinates the territories, to kind of respond with facts in a way that they don't otherwise do in the media.
Right. Leslie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, very quickly, because we're out of time. I mean, I think there's different types of accountability, right? Some are faster than others. Political accountability, sanctions are an economic accountability tool. I think when you're talking about judicial mechanisms, that type of accountability has historically, I would say, arguably, happened best at local and regional levels. If the ICC is just one court, right? And the beauty of, the Rwanda courts and, some of the other regional mechanisms, Sierra Leone had a special court, but that takes additional funding and additional resources and will to set it up. And these things often take time. And when you've got these conflicts that are going on for a decade, when is going to be the right time, right? And so I think we have to look to kind of the immediate accountability and then keep the evidence collection for the long term, but we should never give up on that. Justice is slow.
Right. All right. Well, on that sad note, thank you all for.
But it happens. It's slow, but it happens.
Yeah.
Be optimistic.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I really could have gone on with this conversation for a lot longer, but thank you for the panelists for joining us, and thanks for all for participating. And I will now hand the mic back over to Kate Warren. All right. Thank you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, we are going to continue this conversation, taking a look at resilience. And we actually, one of our speakers, as it is during UNGA Week, got pulled away. But I think Jonathan Pupolitas and I will be able to handle this just fine on our own. So first, I want to thank Food for the Hungry for being one of our partners today. And Jonathan is Vice President for External Engagement for Food for the Hungry. And we want to have a conversation about really building resilience and finding new ways of doing this, particularly in a world with compounding crises. And Jonathan, I want to start off with really talking about what we mean by resilience. You've written some about this and how often the way that MDBs and other institutions handle it is really more about crisis management rather than true resilience building. So I'd love to hear you kind of as table stakes, what does resilience really look like?
Great. Thank you so much, Kate. So if we were talking about resilience 10 years ago, we'd be talking about food security, largely. And there's an irony there in the sense that resilience really applies and kind of takes its own when you're looking at complex risks across multiple places, pandemics, epidemics, conflicts, price shocks, extreme urbanization, slumification, and so forth. And so it offers a look at how different crises and risks interact. It tells you where there are vulnerabilities within specific populations, infrastructure, systems, institutions, and markets. And it gives you sort of a guiding framework on the kinds of capacities you need to build for resilience that go beyond disaster management, which is sort of response by committee and teams and units, to really thinking about the kinds of system reforms one needs to have true resilient systems in health and education and water sanitation, where you can really kind of move things forward. To give you an example, the World Bank has something called their resilience rating system now. And this is a system that's looking at wherever the bank funds climate resilience, they're asking two questions. Is the intervention itself resilient? So if you're trying to build an institution or a system like health, can that system make it through times of crisis and keep functioning? The other question it asks is there a resilience dividend? Are you building resilience in the population, in the institutions, in the markets themselves as well? And so this is a more systemic approach to resilience. We have a new global program model ourselves where we've made resilience central to what we're doing in development. And part of the reason of that is looking at the last decade, you kind of see whether it's World Bank evidence or UN evidence or ODI or USAID, that even in countries that were historically very fragile, the path to long-term growth, the path to sustainable poverty escapes, where people don't fall back into poverty the year after they get out of it, and the path to lasting peace really comes by way of resilience, being able to deal with risks and crises in a way where you don't collapse or fall down. And over time, getting to some of those more structural political issues about exclusion and marginalization, which is what really drives vulnerability to crisis. Because if you're a population that has no access to services and support, you're much more vulnerable than the kind of in-groups that are kind of maybe the political base of a particular place. So in our model, we've really dedicated ourselves to looking at resilience through kind of a locally led lens, a systems lens, and a kind of politically informed lens, looking at those root causes as well.
Yeah, and can you talk a little bit about taking that a little step further, what that looks like, and as other organizations are thinking about integrating this resilience-centered approach to their work, do you have an example of practically what that looks like in action?
You know, it's a big question, and it's a question that shows that even though resilience has been around and we hear it a lot these days, it's still a relatively new field, except in the spaces of climate change a little bit, and food security, where it's really taken root. USAID has just produced a policy, resilience policy, where they're noting that resilience will apply everywhere in the agency, all the sectors where it works, from services to economy to peace and justice to stabilization. So right around the board, and it will apply in every country where it works as well. The World Bank is getting there as well, and it's too bad Assistant Secretary La Tortue couldn't join us, because she's really been trailblazing those efforts at the bank. But I think where it starts in terms of the integration story is shifting mindsets into thinking not just about needs-based approaches, but risk-based approaches, right? We are a very needs-based community. When there's a humanitarian emergency, we do a humanitarian needs assessment. When there's a disaster or conflict, we do a post-conflict needs assessment, the PCNA process, or a post-disaster needs assessment, the PCDA process. This is the one done by the World Bank and the EU and the UN and so forth. And we define sustainable development as meeting today's needs without compromising the future generations' ability to meet their own needs. So it's very needs-based, and resilience is really shifting that story to looking at risks, crises, and their root causes. The World Bank has a risk and resilience assessment, and recently they've elevated it to a core diagnostic, which means it's one of the major tools that the bank will use to determine complex risks and how the bank supports resilience building. Now, the independent evaluation group at the World Bank took a look at several years of this tool being used and found that there's some good detail around political economy factors in these countries, but there's no link to risks, and there's no link to specific types of resilience activities. And this is in the risk and resilience assessment. Right? And there's a talented team at the bank now working on this issue, but it just goes to show it takes a mindset shift. When you can kind of shift paradigms to say we're focusing on risks, not just needs, then you can start to look at integration. You can say, we want to work in the health sector or the education sector. What does that look like? What are the risks of disruption from epidemics, pandemics, shocks of disaster, demographic pressures? How will the system respond? And in this case as well, it's important to see that the system isn't just the formal health system, for example. It's the informal one as well. It's the communities, it's the families, kind of looking at it more holistically and trying to then map out where are there existing capacities in the formal and informal system to better absorb a shock or a stress, right? How can you withstand it with better infrastructure, savings groups, insurance products that can help pay out to families in times of crisis or even before, sometimes this parametric insurance. There's this need for an adaptive capacity for integration where you're looking at if the way we do education is compromised because of a crisis, how do we have a pivot ability to adapt and keep going after education when we don't have, say, in school? How do we go to remote learning? And you can see the countries that could pivot, that did have that adaptive capacity, were able to continue education. And the ones that couldn't lost literally years during the pandemic, right? In Africa and Latin America and so forth. So that's really key. And then the last capacity that is really talked about in resilience is the transformative capacity. This is the capacity to have large-scale solutions like safety nets. It's the capacity to take a risk and transform it into an innovation that's resilient. So flood zones in Guatemala, where I just was, we had a resilience forum there. Some of them had been turned into hydroelectric dams, where the flood no longer exists because the dam process works, and now it's generating hydroelectric power. So it's actually turned into a kind of a transformative solution that's aiding resilience. So in terms of integration, you look at a particular system, formal and informal, you look at the kinds of risks and disruptions that are occurring in that system, and then you look at how to build the absorbative, adaptive, and transformative capacities across the system to become more resilient.
And for those in our audience, what would be your advice to them on how they should be thinking about resilience, this mind shift, as you say, and integrating it into their work, no matter what sector or organization they're representing?
So someone recently came to me from the Philippines and said, we have this amazing education project. It's got mobile technology, it's got learning, it's got RCTs, randomized control groups. It's really going to make a huge difference. And my response to them was, that's amazing. That's exactly the kinds of things that we're looking for to accelerate education. But did you know that 90% of schools in Philippines are at high risk of disasters, multiple disaster hazards? And between 2021 and 2023, 2 million learners in the school system in the Philippines were disrupted by these disasters. So the question, I think, always has to be, how are you solving for the risks and crises that come? You can build the best developmental mousetrap. You can have the best technology. You can have the sustainability model of, we've got the financing, we've got the human resources, we've got the capacity building. But if you aren't solving for risks and crises, then you're not ready for this age of crisis that we're in. And it's really interesting because sometimes I hear resilience talked about as, yes, this is what we need to meet this moment of polycrises, of converging crises. But as I said a moment ago, it's really the way we've always gotten to where we are. Right? Resilience is always the way. The World Development Report the bank puts out, the 2017 version says, everybody thinks that the long-term high-growth advanced economies of today got there through big push economics in manufacturing and kind of pulling out the poor through this rapid growth episodes. And a bank report itself says that's really not how it happened. It was those economies that could better manage the violent conflicts, the shocks, the stress, the economy's ups and downs, the boom and bust cycles. Those are the ones that got there, right? And the ODI's work with USAID on poverty escapes were asking a very similar question. How is it that almost half the amount of people that got out of poverty in Uganda fell back into it? And more than that in Ethiopia. People would escape year after year, and then they would fall back into poverty. And they found that it was the shocks and stress that did it. It was not plateauing at a certain area and you just couldn't grow anymore, or you didn't have the productive capacity anymore. It was these either idiosyncratic shocks at the household level or these big covariate shocks that were throwing people back. And the more you can invest in resilience as you grew, the more you could get out of that state. And this is where we see Bangladesh as this sort of paradox where it's dealing with a lot of political fragility and risks. It spent so much time investing in more economic and environmental resilience, including for women, that it really has been able to show a lot of resilience, surprisingly.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much. And thank you, Fifrita, and great for being a partner with us today.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to welcome to stage Catherine Cheney, who is the woman behind a lot of the programming these couple of days. So if you like the speakers and topics we have, please thank Catherine and Colin Lynch. And they're going to talk just a little bit about what they're seeing and hearing this week around UNGA.
Hey, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the programming today. So as Kate mentioned, I helped put this program together, but also work very closely with our news team on our broader presence here at UNGA and Climate Week. So how we're going to cover it, how we're going to show up. This event being very much an extension of our journalism, but we have reporters all about town covering this big week. And Colum, of anyone, has a really inside view. He's based here in New York. He's always talking with people within the UN. And in fact, that session you saw earlier that Colum moderated was directly inspired by a story that Colum wrote. So it kind of goes both ways. Our coverage inspires our events and vice versa. Colum, just give us a preview. Hopefully people in this room have been reading you in Newswire, but what are some of the big things you're watching this week?
So, hello? Yeah. So, one of the things I tried to do is I knew that there wouldn't be a lot of focus in the general media on the Future Summit and the Global Digital Compact and the Youth Declaration. So I tried to really get into the weeds of that, and it's a little mind-numbing to try and track because it covers every possible issue you'd imagine: security, climate, development, pretty much everything. The role of youth, leadership, international governments, AI, digital. So it's a little difficult to get your brain around it. So the trick to that was trying to figure out, not so much like following the documents as they were negotiated, but to look and see and get your hands on all the amendments behind the scenes that governments would put forward. So you could see early on the negotiations that the Russians were going to be difficult because they had a whole array of issues, from efforts to try and take out language on human rights, gender equality, disarmament. There was one provision in which Russia was trying to change, which seemed pretty simple on the face, that governments shouldn't try to bomb people in heavily populated areas. And so they would use the negotiation in a sort of private way behind the scenes to try and sort of advance their positions. So it wasn't terribly shocking to see the Russians, breaking with the consensus at the end of this. So, you're focusing on things like that, how this is a major reform, the biggest reform effort in a generation by the Secretary General. What does it say about the international community's ability to basically engage in multilateralism, the thing that they've been doing for the last, since the Second World War? And, can they position themselves in a way that reflects the needs and demands of the moment? So your UN Security Council expansion, basically, a product of the Second World War. How do you include, say, African states in permanent seats in the Security Council? Most of these governments were under colonial rule during the founding of the UN. How do we modernize the organization? And this sort of process over the last year, really kind of underscores how difficult it is. All of the sort of advances were fairly marginal. Negotiating this at a period of deep geopolitical friction between the major powers, tension between the global North and the global South over funding issues, over the feeling that the international financial architecture is skewed, biased against developing states. So all of these issues are kind of in the mix, and you're trying to sort of assess, are we really making progress on this? For example, everybody talked a good game this week about expanding the Security Council involving African states with 2 seats. The Americans don't want to give them a veto, but this negotiation on Security Council's expansion, everybody's known that the council's outdated, that it's problematic, that it undermines its sort of legitimacy, and yet they can't agree. Regional powers try to undermine the efforts of their regional neighbors who maybe want the seat. The permanent members of the Security Council are, not crazy about giving up this enormous privilege that they have. They generally talk a good game that they wanted, but they often are not, really moving the ball forward. The Americans came out with some interesting proposals this week. We'll see if those talks go anywhere. So that's most of it. And then, of course, you're looking at you want to look at, what's President Biden's farewell going to be like. I thought, the thing I thought was the most interesting was this message he sent to all these world leaders that, you all have to know when it's time to go, and that you're not here, to preserve your own power, but to serve your people. And I thought that was a very powerful statement from the most powerful political leader in the world. And that was one of the more positive parts, I think, of the president's statement. There were a lot of criticism of, his diplomacy over Gaza, other parts of the world, inability to negotiate a ceasefire, inability to prevent the spreading of the conflict in the Middle East, and that sort of thing.
So for more of this coverage and analysis, make sure that you're subscribed to our newswire. We also have special edition podcasts of This Week in Global Development here in New York. And Colin mentioned the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact. He'll be interviewing leaders behind both of these big efforts this week, tomorrow afternoon here at our summit. I know another big topic this week is global food security. So without further ado, I want to pass it back over to Kate for a session on that. Please join me in thanking Colin.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we can we'll sit in the middle here. Right. Well, I am delighted to be continuing this conversation with Dr. Carrie Fowler, Special Envoy for Global Security at the U.S. Department of State, and Afshan Khan, who's the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Coordinator of the Scaling Up Nutrition, or SUN movement. So thank you both for being here today. So food security, it's a big topic. And Carrie, I'd like to start with you. You know, we have a lot of these convenings around the world, high-level meetings talking about hunger and food security, yet still millions of people are going hungry every day. What aren't we doing that we should be doing?
What are we not doing that we should be doing? Well, quite a lot. But I'll point out a couple of things and maybe end on a hopeful note as well. I think we typically, I think as human beings, we are hardwired to look at immediate threats, and we are not hardwired to look at long-term threats or solutions. So I do believe that going forward, we need to put more energy and thought and investment into the kind of solutions that we're going to need long-term, lest we continue to grow the humanitarian need. It already outstrips our ability to deal with it. It's going to get worse. So we need to look at the long term. We also need to look at the fundamentals, which I think have to do with crop adaptation, particularly to climate change, and they have to do with building good, fertile soils. We're going backwards in the soil front. And finally, I think on the positive side, and I'd be interested to hear what Afshan says about this, I do sense a bit of a turn in the direction of people noting the fact that actually we need to talk about nutrition security, not just food security. And those can be, in some people's minds, two different things. And for nutrition security, I think the implication would be that we invest more in diverse farming systems. We invest more in the kinds of foods that provide micronutrients for children to prevent the awful scourge of stunting, for example. So let me end there.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're looking to achieve with VAX, which for those who are less familiar with this initiative, the Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, which launched last year. So can you talk a little bit about what you are hoping this will do to help further those goals?
Sure. Well, when we started this Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, focused on Africa, where the greatest need is, and we wanted to do something that had the greatest potential to deal with these nutrition and food security problems. And that drew us to looking at traditional and indigenous crops, for which there's been so little investment over the years for all the wrong reasons. That, I think, has taken off. We've gotten a number of countries involved in this, number of UN agencies and others. In the beginning, what we said and what we still say is that we need to change hearts and minds. We need to change thinking about this. We can no longer aim our agricultural and food security programs towards simply producing more calories. We are dealing both with a climate crisis that's going to have a huge impact on food production, greater and more critical than I think most people realize, but we're also dealing with this crisis of childhood stunting and nutrition. I'll just say one word about that, which is that in many countries we see stunting rates of 30 or 40% of children under 5, which means a cognitive decline and a physical decline impact for the rest of their lives. And I simply invite you to think of what the challenge would be for any of your societies out there, United States, Europe, any country, if you had a rising generation where 30% of the children were stunted mentally and physically. It would present insurmountable obstacles to economic development. It would contribute to instability, and we would not tolerate it. This is the world we live in. We don't want to increase those statistics in the wrong way. So we really have to focus on not just improving production in the face of climate change, but improving nutrition.
Thank you. And Afshan, so the Sun Movement is looking to transform the food system through a nutrition and climate lens. So where are you seeing that? And Gary mentioned nutrition being really kind of like the bedrock of development, right? Not just food security, but development broadly. So what are you seeing, and are you sharing that optimism of that really taking hold within the broader food system conversation?
I think, first of all, I would just say it's a unique moment with more attention on nutrition and food security than we've seen in a while. And I really liked Ambassador Fowler's reference to food and nutrition security. Because if we don't have good, nutritious foods, Ambassador Fowler has already spoken about the issues around stunting for children. I'd like to add to that anemia for women, loss of productive potential, but also even girls in schools with high rates of anemia missing out opportunities to learn. So the intersection between food production and food consumption and nutrition, we're really at a pivotal moment. And partly that's due to climate change. It's partly due to the fact that we need a very rapid investment in some of the crops that have perhaps been paid less attention to in the past, that are indigenous crops that can produce quality, nutritious food at an affordable price. So that's where the Sun movement, and as part of that, the Sun Business Network in particular, that's led by GAIN and WFP, is looking to see how can we encourage local production of quality, nutritious foods. VAC has focused on soil and crops, and that's incredibly important at one point of the value chain. But what we're also seeing is that investment across the value chain, longer term, to be able to ensure that not only is there production of that food, but if I see 30% of climate of emissions are due to food loss and waste. And a lot of that waste is associated with fresh vegetables and fruits that are produced on the African continent, but many women lose a significant percentage of that production by not being able to get it to market in a timely way, where we see spoilage or we're seeing even difficulties to access markets. So that's why I think the sudden coalescing we're seeing around interest in food production, interest in indigenous crops that are high and nutrient dense in value, an ability to influence inputs so those crops can be produced, and those that are producing them, because the rate of undernutrition among smallholder farmers is also close to 30-40%. So we have to look at this in a comprehensive way. From a social justice angle, those who are producing our food should not be undernourished. But from an economic angle, it makes no sense if your farmers, and many of these farmers and smallholder farmers are women, are also malnourished. So at the movement, we're really seeing a unique opportunity to have a better intersection between nutrition and food security, to look at mitigating some of the climate risks, and for building what I think one of the previous speakers talked about, stronger resilience for being able to mitigate risks and disasters due both to climate change and conflict, where this intersection now between food, nutrition, and climate allows us really to have less of a short-term vision and more of a longer-term vision of where do we need to go to improve production of nutritious foods, and to make sure that we're addressing the chronic issue of stunting and micronutrient deficiencies.
And where do you see the role of big food, big ag in this picture? Obviously, a lot of the big corporations are a contributor to at least poor nutrition and some of their foods, but also provide a lot of that scale. There's a real opportunity there. And so how do you see working with big food to transform, whether it's the crops that they use, and just where do they sit at this table of of trying to integrate more nutrition into our food system?
I think for the agricultural industry, I'll ask Dr. Fowler to speak to it because I think he's far more connected to that. When I look at what the impact has been of large food production companies on malnutrition, I think there's a couple of things we have to bear in mind and some statistics that might be somewhat shocking. While the number of stunted children is still very high, there have been some important declines. We're still far off the SDG target, but we're seeing a growing rate of obesity and overweight, including among low-income countries in poorer communities. So what we really also need to address is the broader ecosystem that's there for food production, but food distribution. So I think when it comes to big ag, and we're looking at, what kind of inputs are provided to farmers at what cost, there's a whole series of issues there that need to be resolved. The second is there's a very heavy dependence on, maize, rice, corn, wheat. That ignores a lot of the indigenous crops that can be produced locally, brought to market, and even converted into things like nutritious infant food or feeding that could be really useful for complementary feeding for children between that age of, I would say, 9 months and 2 years of age, when they're most at risk of stunting. Because they're shifting off the breast, and I want to reemphasize the importance of breastfeeding as a first food that's so key to addressing longer term stunting. But how do we get those small and medium enterprises supported in a way at the local level so they can scale? And I think that's some of the work that GAIN and WFP are doing in countries where they're working, but they really need a better alignment with the private sector. And then lastly, on the private sector, I think some of the standards need to be set vis-a-vis what's the portion of their production and distribution and sale of food, particularly in low-income countries or middle-income country markets, that's nutritious food. And that's where the Access to Nutrition Initiative, that's a partner of the Sun Movement, is so important to set some guidelines for industry so we don't start flooding poor economies with junk food that's high in sugar or high in trans fat and high in salt, because the longer term implications of that on disease are significant. And we'll just be punting down the road a real issue of dealing with overweight and obesity and break health systems that are already too fragile to deal with the current levels of stunting and wasting.
Thank you. And Dr. Fowler, I'd love to get your perspective on this, and particularly from the policy angle of how policy can help really encourage the largest part of our food system, some of these big food producers, to integrate this more into their supply chain. And then I know we don't have that much time left. I would also love to hear what you both have hope to see in the Nutrition for Growth Summit that's coming up next year.
Well, let me start and go back just a second. I loved everything that Afshan said. In the future, I'll cede all of my time to her. She can. Some of the big companies are stepping up now. I'll just name some names: ADM, Bayer, Cargill, Corteva, IBM. Are a number of countries that have companies that have actually seen what we're doing to promote some of these indigenous crops, high nutrition-rich crops. And improve soils, and they've stepped up and joined us in this. So I think there is a new day afoot. We need to, of course, on one of the things that we're going to lean on and I think be dependent on some of the big companies going forward, and it has a policy dimension to it, is we're going to need to invest much, much more than we're investing now in agricultural research. That's kind of fallen out of favor among a lot of policymakers who say, well, we can't afford to do anything that's that long term because we have an immediate problem now. But we know that faced with the kind of climate headwinds that we have, that we're going to need agricultural research, not just to increase production, particularly of these types of crops that we haven't invested in the past that we think of as opportunity crops, but just to maintain the production we have now. We'll need more. And on an inflation-adjusted basis here in the United States, even we are spending the same amount on public agricultural research as we did 50 years ago. By the way, that's much less than a single corporation would spend. So we need to harness that kind of technology and abilities. And we need, frankly, to invest in some moonshots. We haven't had any quantum leaps in agricultural production for a half century. That's probably not going to suit us very well going forward.
Well, I know we only have maybe 1 minute left, but again, I'd love to hear what would be your hopes for, particularly when many of these room may be gathering at the Nutrition for Growth Summit next year, to see happen in that room. Option.
I'll be very quick. This is your business. I still think that we have a long way to go in changing the conversation and putting nutrition at the center of what we're talking about. If we think about creating nutrition security, not just food security, I'm making a little bit of a distinction here, but if we think of nutrition at the center of our food security as being the goal of every good food system, then it changes the way you analyze, it changes your prescription of what needs to be done, it changes your time frame. So I think that type of focus on nutrition first is what needs to be embedded in policy discussions in development agencies at the UN, et cetera.
Option.
Thanks. I think to pick up on Ambassador Fowler's point, I'd just like to say, food systems without nutrition is kind of like air without oxygen. It's not going to help serve populations to develop and grow. And so when I look forward to both the global gathering that we're having in Kigali in November as a Sun movement, it's an opportunity to bring together the 66 countries that form part of that movement to really start defining much more clearly as governments, alongside civil society partners, alongside small and medium enterprises and the UN agencies, how are we going to better put nutrition into health systems, into food systems and agriculture, through education and some of the work that's being done through school feeding, and in social protection systems. So ultimately we're giving the opportunity for every child to reach their full potential, but every woman and every community that is producing food to actually have the opportunity to have good nutrition themselves. So nutrition for growth is an opportunity, I think, as Ambassador Fowler said, to really put this politically back on stage so that we're not just talking about food security, but food and nutrition security. And for climate change, we have a clear set of actions as to the intersection between climate and nutrition and what can be done to improve resilience and reduce risks.
Well, Dr. Fowler and Afshan, thank you so much for your time. Speaking of food, we are going to have a little networking break. There are some snacks in the back, and then we will continue the conversation after that, moving into our next track on innovating for global health and well-being. So again, thank you both for joining us today, and enjoy a few moments to network, and then we'll be back shortly. refreshment, feel free to grab something. Our program now heading into our track, the future of health and well-being. I'm delighted to kick off this session with a conversation with Nadeem Papich on a really important topic, and that is on the real need to increase investment and awareness around serious mental health. So Nadeem, I'll welcome you to the stage. And I know everyone's enjoying their conversation, but if you wouldn't mind giving your attention to our speaker, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. So Nadim, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and hopefully people will start to sit down here in a moment. But we hosted a really exciting event in this venue last night that was all around serious mental health illness being really overlooked in the broader mental health conversation, that recognizing there has been a real increase in both awareness, maybe some in funding on mental health in the past few years. But within that, serious mental health, such as schizophrenia, PTSD, really is not enough of that conversation, and really how much we need to include that more in the overall topic of mental health support. You at Boehringer Ingelheim have really been kind of leaders on this issue. And I want to just start off and kick off and understand kind of where are you seeing and how are you playing a role in advancing mental health in the overall global health picture?
Wow, that's a big question. Thank you for having me, and I'll thanks to the audience for in between where you need to eat and drink, and please do so. You're also taking the time to listen to me a little bit. But I do want to start before we go on what our role is, and as a company and as an innovator with pharmacotherapies, what we do there. I would like to take a step back, and I think many of you here in the audience are here because when we talk about mental health, it's a big topic. But it's also a very wide one. And when we then break it down to serious mental illnesses, it's a global pandemic. When you talk about major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, PTSD, I'm sure many in this room have some connection to it, have been affected to it. So it's very personal, very emotional to many of us. And when you then look at the statistics, it's not surprising because 1 in 8 people are living with a serious mental illness. I'm sorry to say, but 1 in 2 of each person in this room will have to face a mental challenge, mental illness in the course of their lifetime. And I think that really exacerbates all of the challenges that come with it. And I think one where we say this needs to be a cross-sectoral approach of how you help people living with serious mental health conditions overcome the challenges is we could come with the most impactful transformational therapy to help. And it will be useless because at the moment, the care pathways in mental health, they're broken. They're fragmented. So if I just start with lack of access, so the high unmet need is there, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but 70% of those who need help, who have a serious mental illness, lack access to mental health services. That's already the starting point of the problem. So even if you would have a therapy, access is an issue. Why we're not reacting, I'm sometimes even shocked because the economic burden is huge. You have approximately around $1 trillion as a burden on the global economy, and it's going to go up 6 times by 2030. So on the one hand, I think everybody's nodding and saying, yeah, this is huge, but what are we doing about it? And maybe 2 points to add, and I'm sorry, it's a long answer, but it's close to my heart because I think we're all visiting so many events, what the issues are. I think another topic, and there's many trying to address it, we have lack of good data, lack of qualitative data, and I'm quoting Neil Shah, who's been with me at the morning at the Health Finance Institute event, is you can't address what you can't measure. And if the data availability, completeness, and the quality to help to truly understand the burden of serious mental illnesses does not work properly, well, then that's another topic which I think we all need to take seriously. And I would close with, we are lying to ourselves if we think that stigma has been improving, that the misconceptions are not there anymore. I have to say they're here every day. and you see it in the media, you see it across all the various channels. I think we all need to improve there. And I'm talking developed countries, right? We're not talking developing countries. So there's so much we can do. So, our commitment is to bring forward innovative solutions that should help the patients holistically, be it pharmacotherapies, be it digital therapeutics, but to really make a lasting difference on their lives. I think I would like everybody else in this room to also think what we can do together to do it cross-sectorally, because in mental health, it doesn't take a village, it takes a city to truly make a difference.
Yeah, and in our conversation we had last night, really taking a community-centric approach to patient care. You laid out very well a lot of the challenges. What are some of the opportunities you see, and what are some of the things, the bright spots in increasing both funding and access to mental health care?
So when I prepared the talking points, I'll be honest, it was super easy to write down the challenges. And I could have 5 pages of challenges. It was pretty hard to look at opportunities, because the opportunities, they sound so logical. So to start, we should increase investment in mental health in community-based services. We need to really take seriously that actually mental health should be integrated into primary care, just like any other area, like any other therapeutic area is integrated in primary care to have the right triage of where the patient should go. Mental health isn't. Why is that? Right? I know it's hard, and I know it's not easy, and it's also not easy to sometimes deal with these challenges for those having the disease, but also for the caregivers. But like to end it, not every country has a funded national mental health strategy, and if they do, it hasn't been updated in 10 to 20 years. So those are the opportunities, but as I said, I had a hard time putting those down, and I'm sure it's very logical and rational what I'm saying, but to pull through is very hard.
Yeah, and there's going to be a high-level meeting on NCDs next year, and so what would you like to see? How would you like to see mental health really taking a center stage in those conversations?
I think the one topic is we should all think, and let's start at country level. How can we adopt comprehensive approaches to mental health? Because it needs to be end-to-end. It's a holistic way of thinking. Again, coming back to the therapy is really coming at the end of the patient journey. In mental health, we really need to get a lot of other things done right before that. So it starts with promotion, prevention, then obviously treatment, but the recovery is another crucial part. So I think this comprehensive approach and really integrating that into international framework, and I think the one from WHO's Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan is a very good example. That would be something that everybody should consider. So start and get the best practice learning from those frameworks at the international level, and then really aim at implementing, advocating for them at national levels.
Yeah, and I was really struck in the conversations we had yesterday just around the role of education and how important it is, from everything from high school students and patients and communities to the healthcare system to policymakers. So, when you think about combating the stigma, a lot of that can be done through education. And in fact, many even health providers aren't even aware that some of these mental health illnesses are curable, right? And so how do you think about education playing a role in increasing access and also combating stigma?
Education is another big one. One aspect of education is disease awareness. So I think it's important to take care of mental health well-being, which was raised to such a pedestal after COVID. It's just as important to be aware what are the severe and complex mental health conditions that many people have to cope with, but also be aware that those are two different things. So that's why I mentioned disease awareness. What is PTSD? How do I identify a person with major depressive disorder? What are potential ways to help them? And where could we refer them? I'm honest, we see so many people on the streets. I sometimes wonder, so if I would like to help a person, what is the next best step to do? I don't know, maybe you know it. I don't always know it. So this is like really raising that educational level, how to help people suffering from it, how to make sure that also the caregivers get the help they need to really support them the best way. And then on the educational side, and I'm just stealing something from much more experienced colleagues that I met yesterday on mental health literacy. So what is the wording you use in the media when you talk about mental health? How do you educate the students in schools to be open and talk about it? People don't dare to talk about it. So we think they do. No, they don't. Yes, we talk about the lighter stuff, well-being, healthy workforce, very important topics. But serious mental illness is a big topic. It's just harder to talk about that. So what are the words we use? I think it plays a huge role, and we all can contribute to improve that.
Well, thank you, Nadim, and thank you to Boehringer Ingelheim for your leadership on this issue. We will be leading into our next discussion with some real leaders in global health, so maybe we can talk about mental health's role in that. But I will welcome to the stage our President, Editor-Chief, Raj Kumar, and Nadim. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for that great discussion, Nadim. Thanks for bringing mental health to this stage. This is where it sort of begins, right? Here at the UN General Assembly, we get issues on the agenda, and we look forward 2 or 3 years, and we say, how did that ever happen? How did we end up with a high-level meeting? How did we end up with an agreement? And this is where it starts. So thank you for being a part of it. It's great to be back up here on stage. We are now, for those following online, doing days of programming here during the UN General Assembly. And we're touching on lots of really important, timely topics. But we want to take a moment to just step back a little bit, because I've got with me Global Health's power couple. I think some of you know them. Chikwe and Vivian Ihekweazu have written a book. And we want to talk about this because it's a reflection on their experiences personally, but also, I think, on a moment in global health. As I say, we focus on issues often, but this is a book that talks about institutions. And what does it actually take to build an institution? And it peels back the curtain a little and gives you the real human story. So first of all, it's great to have the two of you here. Thank you for writing this book. Thank you for coming and bringing it to our stage.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. It's great to be here.
I think most people here know you, but Chikwe is the Assistant Director General at the World Health Organization. Vivian is the Managing Director at Nigeria Health Watch. So the two of you are working every day on pandemic preparedness and emergencies and health system strengthening. And you went through your own kind of crucible moment, and you put it down in this book, An Imperfect Storm, because you were leading the Nigeria CDC at the moment that COVID hit. And you say the story in the book, Chikwe, but maybe we can just start with this. You were together with family in the village, right? You weren't in Abuja, but you were out in the village, and you got some news. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. Thanks for having us on your program. In Nigeria, there's a tradition that most people go back to their villages over Christmas and get out of the cities and go to reflect. And, leading the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, Nigeria, 200 million people, inevitably there's always something happening. And like I write in the book, the worst thing imaginable is my minister to hear that something has happened somewhere in Nigeria relating to an outbreak or something before I did. So I never wanted that to happen. So I had to stay in touch with my team, and we had a way of communicating and staying in touch. So, end of December, this news started trickling in, early January, and, scary moment. Somehow I've been, one way or the other, my career started during the emergence of HIV. I was around for the early SARS, early in my career, H5N1, H1N1. Ebola, I was in West Africa and Liberia. So the instinct of when something is beginning to happen is there. I didn't quite know what it was at the time, but I just knew something was about to take off.
Yeah, you write about how you're just kind of scrolling through the phone and you see a case, and you think, not in Nigeria, elsewhere, but you see a case, and it sparks your interest. You remember those days, those moments, Vivian. What was it like for you? What do you remember from that period?
I think like many people, early 2020, we just started hearing trickles of news about cases in Wuhan at that time. And then very slowly, the news almost gathered momentum, and it was something we had never really seen before. And then we started hearing about airports being closed and
traffic between, like I remember the UK and China, they closed the air, they weren't allowed for passengers to come in. And we'd never seen that before. And at that moment, I think, I felt something different is happening here. And there was increased anxiety as things were unfolding. And I think the 24-hour news cycle made that even worse, because you literally were seeing people, as many of you probably remember, in hospital beds and not knowing where or when this would end and what that would mean for everybody's individual country. So that was quite frightening at the beginning.
Chikwe, the Nigeria CDC at the time wasn't yet even authorized by law, right? It was like an initiative within the Ministry of Health when you joined. And then it was, I think in 2018, President Buhari signed it. So it was really nascent. I mean, how many people were working there? What was it like to try to lead this very nascent early institution at a moment of such crisis?
Raj, I would almost flip your question, and what I wake up now thinking is, what if we didn't have an NCDC in 2020? Because almost it was the 3-4 years between 2016 and 2020 that we built the first national reference lab. Built a lab network across the country, recruited staff, trained them, set up a surveillance infrastructure, digitalized our surveillance system. And this was just part of institutional building. And, you work in development. The one thing that is very hard to get money for is to build institutions. Everybody wants to fund it to deliver vaccines, put people on ARVs, the things you do. But who does it? How to build the HR infrastructure, the people, the financing, the management. No one wants to fund that business. So it was a hard grind. And I'm happy it paid off, that at least we ended up in 2020 responding to an outbreak and coming out of it with our dignity intact. And if you remember the conversations early 2020, people said this continent will go down. This was the common narrative. This was the received wisdom. And so we stood up, we stood firm, we led a response. Yes, there are discussions, and those are important discussions on why and how, and we have to go into that. But at least we did not disgrace ourselves. And coming out of a country like Nigeria, where the negative narrative we have to live with every day, I'm proud that at least this book ultimately is a positive story of what is possible in a country that is, we're challenged with the single story that tries to define us, and we have to.
It is a positive story, but you don't sugarcoat the challenges in the book, which I appreciate. And maybe you can talk a little bit about those challenges. How, every country was hit differently by COVID. What was it like in Nigeria?
I think, Nigeria, like as Chukwu mentioned, the assumption was that many people would be dying on the street. And, looking at the health infrastructure, that's the starting point, because any response has to be built on a resilient health system. And we already knew that our health system, as it was in 2020, was very underfunded. We already know our health outcomes. You look at maternal mortality, infant mortality, all of those things are not great. So that was on the backbone of this response. So the health system that was going to help respond to the pandemic was a problem. And then we also look at the income, how people earn their income. At the very early stage, there were lockdowns, so people were not able to earn a living. In many countries, there were support systems, social services in the UK, in the US, that supported people. But in Nigeria, many people earn a living day to day. So that was a real challenge. And looking back, there was obviously a big conflict between, do we let people stay at home, but then they're not earning a living? But then there were, as you will see in the book, there were responses to that, and that was led by the private sector. So yes, there were definitely those anxieties, but then the response, I think, showed us as a country what we can achieve when we come and work together.
What did you learn, Chikwe, about the health infrastructure in the country under that level of strain? We're already without a pandemic, as you say, that it's insufficient. What did you learn about it?
I think there are many lessons. And to me, the biggest lesson is we have to keep building. We can't sit back and celebrate our success, if you can call it that. We have to keep building. At the beginning of the pandemic, I counted the number of intensive care beds in the public sector in Nigeria. There were 200. for a country of 200 million. So I knew immediately that, we would be stretched. And then we pushed and we built up a lab infrastructure and all those things. The challenge for us, and it's the same for every developing country, because there are competing needs for resources every single day. And it's very hard to keep health on top of the development agenda. How do we keep a focus of our leaders on healthcare, and how do we make health bring political capital to leaders? Very hard in a context where they have to show success very quickly in a 4-year election cycle.
I remember speaking with a Nigerian leader who, is a wealthy person, has a lot of opportunities, and he told me right after the pandemic, really the COVID pandemic changed the perspective of leaders in the country, because he said, we always thought we could just get on a plane and go somewhere else to get our health care. And then he said, I realized personally, me and my family, we couldn't go anywhere. And if we had a problem, we had to rely on the same healthcare system that 200 million other Nigerians rely on. And was that really a shift in the mindset? What do you think, Vivian?
I mean, one of the things many people in Nigeria remember is one thing that was quoted by the Secretary to Government of the Federation, who mentioned until COVID-19, he didn't realize how bad our health system was. And then the reality is that, yes, our political leaders, because they've never been really dependent, unfortunately, on our own health system, they've never had to think about accessing it. When they're ill, many of them, when they have the opportunity to, will travel abroad. But suddenly, with borders shut, there was no going anywhere. There's no air vacuuming anyone anywhere. And they had to be reliant on the same health system. And behind that, there was the hope for all Nigerians that this would teach them how, we always say health has to be a political priority. We really hope that would change their mindset. Just to say we're still pushing on that. But I think somehow health has been slightly elevated in Nigeria. It's given a lot more priority, but not as much as we wanted to. Yeah,
but there's also some good news stories out of that. The private sector has really evolved. So a lot of Nigerian doctors in diaspora have come back and set up high-end hospitals. So it doesn't solve the population level access for sure, but renal centers, private sector hospitals doing renal transplants in Abuja, in Lagos. Because it's not just at that level, it's not just the cost and equipment and expertise required for the surgery. It's all the social infrastructure around patients when they need prolonged care. So even if you can go to Egypt or India or the US to get the clinical care, Nigeria offers, you lose out on the social infrastructure. And that social infrastructure of people is probably our biggest strength. And you see many stories about incredible people in this book. I feel what we did in this book is really curate stories of incredible Nigerians that did a lot of work.
Some of whom lost their lives in this fight, right? This was not an easy situation for the leaders who are at the front lines.
No. And, the young man I wrote about who unfortunately passed away on returning from a trip where we'd gone to distribute lab equipment in the country, and I write in the book about having to go down to Owerri to tell his parents after the incident that, listen, we lost this guy, and how hard it was. But that's the responsibility, when you lead any institution in many of our countries, right? Not to say that leadership is any easier here, but at least I hope you can focus on leading Devex and not worry about whether your electricity is working, your light is working, whether, so when you are leading an organization in a country like ours, your mother, father, teacher, philosopher, psychologist, and in your spare time, you actually lead the organization.
It is a tough environment to operate in. And listen, one little vignette in the book that just sticks out to me is how, when you started leading the Nigeria CDC, you couldn't even get Twitter to respond to you to verify your official account. And, finally, after this pandemic, Nigeria CDC was recognized, you're able to do that. And it just may be a small vignette, but it kind of shows how you matured this institution. And I think, as I recommend to all of you to get this book and to read this book, this is my copy with their autograph, so you're not taking it from me, that I think it outlines just how hard it is to build an institution, but that how important it ultimately is to the global health community. And this is where we have to focus our energies and our efforts. So it's been fantastic to get to spend some time with you, but I want to hear your last thought, Vivian.
I think our last thought, when people read the book, is we wrote it from a perspective, yes, of the clinical response, but also to humanize the response. Because for many people in this room, everybody will remember what you went through. And it was for us also quite cathartic to put it down in a book. And also to make sure that our narrative from the African continent is also told and shared. Thank you.
It's an accomplishment to write a book. It's a real accomplishment to write it as a couple. This is an amazing power.
And survive after it.
Yeah, you survived. Please join me in thanking Chikwe and Vivian.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj. Thanks.
All right, so we're next on stage with Carmen Villar from Gilead Science. Welcome on stage. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being one of our partners. Yeah, here we go. So we're going to a different region in the world, and we're going to Central Asia and Eastern Europe. So there's an untold story there where we see a growing rise of HIV/AIDS, while we make global progress on this specific disease. The rates of infection in Eastern Europe and Central Asia are increasing, right? So we're very happy to tell this story today and talk about a recent announcement you made, which is a renewed partnership with the Elton John AIDS Foundation to try to tackle this problem, right? So you committed another $25 million to act in the region and to act on this problem. So can you, before we start going into the partnership with Elton John's Foundation, why do we see this problem in the region, and why do we see HIV/AIDS growing in Eastern Europe and Central Asia?
Thanks, Alex, for that question. And thanks to everyone for being here today. I just want to say, as my colleagues from Abuja leave, or from Nigeria leave, that I actually lived there for a while when CDC Nigeria was just getting underway. And it's quite impressive to see how far they've come and how much capacity they've built. So anyway, I just want to recognize that out loud. And I think, like many other countries, whether it be Nigeria in Western Africa or anywhere else in the world, sometimes we forget what's happening in the HIV world because we've been working at it for a long time, because we've made so much progress, because in places like the United States, you don't really hear too much about it. But in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, because of lots of different reasons, which I don't opine to know or be an expert about all of them, but when we think about war and strife, we think about some of the issues around legislation and criminalization of having HIV or intentionally transmitting HIV. There are a lot of barriers and stigma associated with the disease. And so we've seen, as Alex mentioned, a huge increase in the mortality rates of people dying from HIV in about 20% over a 10-year span in Eastern Europe, and up to 34% in Central Asia. So these numbers don't make the headlines because I think they're often overshadowed by the other headlines that are happening in the region, whether it be conflict or other issues. So I think we have become comfortable and have really relied on huge tools like PEPFAR and things in other parts of the world. And I think we just needed to refocus and think about what's happening here and how we may need to approach it in a different way, considering rates of injection drug use and other things that are happening in the region that are maybe slightly different than what we're used to.
So how do you do that, and how this partnership with the foundation, partnership called Radian, how do you try to address some of these issues and improve the situation?
Yeah. So some folks might think it's interesting that we are partnering with the Elton John AIDS Foundation, but surprisingly, they have been doing work in this region for over 20 years. So they had a lot of connections to different NGOs, different partners on the ground. they have a lot of experts that they were able to recruit. In fact, the gentleman Roman who kind of coordinates all of this on behalf of EJAF is a former CDC guy and has been in the region for a long time. And so by us, a large company working with them, a large NGO, they're able to use their resources and the expertise on the ground to actually work with smaller partners who can get into communities that are being infected or adversely impacted by HIV. And I think, there's complexities now, as I keep mentioning war, but it has made it worse. And the president of Ukraine was at UN this morning. So it's very front of mind. But I think, simple things like, not speaking Russian now and in their own country. And so there are even communications barriers that we don't sometimes think about. And EJAF is very much able to work with these communities through smaller partnerships. And we're talking about grants, they range anywhere from $25,000 up to $300,000. So a varying size in order to get at the communities who need the help.
So it's really about localizing the access and and the community-led solutions, right?
Yeah.
So do you have any specific success stories to share or achievements?
Oh, so many.
Or,
Yeah.
share one with us.
Well, we've reached over 300,000 people. We've, through this program, provided 115,000 tests. I think there's more to do there, especially in an area where you're seeing higher incidents. You always need to test more to find the cases. So definitely that was part of our reason for renewing our commitment for another 5 years and another $25 million. But I was at IAS in Munich earlier this year, and we had a chance to sit with some of the clients of the Radium program. And in particular, I met a woman who was there with her son that had become infected or found out of her HIV status when she was pregnant. So I'm not really sure of when she had become infected, but and that her mother had died, and so she was homeless now and really needing help. And there was a small community of women who really helped to lift her up and get her connected with services that were being supported by Radian, and really helped to get her back on her feet. And she was able to come to IAS and tell her story and share her story. And we were able to meet her son. So you were teasing me about no baby this year, because last year I was here and I was able to hold this cute little baby as part of the story. But I got to meet her son, and he was just an amazing kid. He was there with all of these adults talking about HIV, and I'm sure he was so not interested, but he just really was a wonderful, articulate kid. And I thought to myself, we helped bring him into this world and make sure his mother was still around to take care of him.
Right. It's always important to share these human stories, and when we talk about these issues. But so what's next for the partnership? How can you scale some of these solutions, and how can you scale up the capacity of these local actors?
Sure.
So what do you have, like a renewed strategy in the new partnership or the renewed partnership, or do you have a call to action to get new partners?
Yes.
Chikwe was talking about issues around health systems and lack of resources, lack of investment. So let's talk about first, what solutions you think should be scaled from your partnership, or if you have a renewed strategy, and then we can go to the next one.
Well, I think Chikwe was also talking about basic access to healthcare. And I think that's one of the huge hurdles that we have to try to help people overcome, because there are fewer and fewer health care facilities, available in certain parts of the region. And if they are available, sometimes they're hard to get to. We know all of these issues. We have been working on them for a long time, but really drilling down into access. What's it going to take, and how do we support people to actually just understand their status? I mentioned criminalization in the beginning of our chat. And how can we work on policy issues? Policy doesn't take, well, sometimes it does. Not as much money usually as a health or public health intervention. Can we help change some of those laws and destigmatize people with HIV in a way that makes them more open and more comfortable to actually seek care and get on treatment. So there are a lot more things we can do. I have to say we've learned a lot in the first 5 years, and we're really looking forward to doubling down on our localization and our efforts with EJAF going forward. I will just say that we can't forget about this region in our work. It's we're very focused on lots of parts of the world, and all of us have our specialties or our favorite places to work or areas where we've made a lot of progress. And we just have to ensure that we are spreading what we've learned and the tools, sharing the tools that we have to really try to reach everybody.
Yeah, it's important. You're giving a lot at Gilead Sciences through lots of different partnerships. We know about one that you have in Asia, but it's good to focus a bit on this region, Central Asia, Eastern Europe. We don't, even at Devex, we don't talk so much about it. So it's good that we take this story to stage. So thanks so much for that. Any last call to action for partners or people who are in the room that could meet you?
I would just say keep up the great work and partnership. We all talk about partnership in all the work that we do, and thinking about those unique partnerships that you might not otherwise always be thinking about, whether, it might be two companies coming together with a couple of NGOs and the government, we always say PPPs, public-private partnerships. Let's be creative about how we do this work, because as we get to the end, in ending the epidemic, it gets harder and harder, as we know. We have to work more focused, more intentionally, and really, really bring those partnerships to bear.
Great. Thank you so much for your partnership. And so up next, we're talking about access, and we're bringing on stage a youth activist who's working with UNAIDS. So continue on this topic.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. As Alex said, next up, we're talking about access, which is a very important thing. So I would like to call to the stage my panelists, Dr. Anjali Akraba, who is the Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director at UNAIDS, Jayashree Iyer, who is the CEO of Access to Medicine, as well as Nomendi Ngema, who is a writer, speaker, and HIV activist. You can take a seat. Thank you all for joining me for this really important conversation. To start off with, I'm going to have a little bit of a shameless plug. The Devex Checkup team, which is our global health team, has been working on a report. It's called 5 Innovations in Global Health. So how this came about is we're speaking to different sources and would hear the word game changer. Everyone kept talking about game changers, and we thought this must be such an interesting and exciting time in the world of global health. So we decided to put together 5 things that people were saying they were excited about and write a report about that. But as we were working on the report, we realized that each and every one of them had access issues. So 40% of the report ended up being about access challenges. And this is things like HIV prevention tool, monoclonal antibodies, AI, and all of them had access challenges. And so I think this conversation is so important at this time right now. So to start off with, I want to go to you, Anjali. What are some of the barriers and challenges that are affecting access to medicines and general medical commodities?
Thank you so much, Rumbi. It's really fantastic to be with you all today, and especially to be here with such an esteemed panel of women, particularly Namonde, who's our young woman living with HIV here. But let me start by saying that access is, just like Carmen was saying in the previous session as well, access really is an issue. Before I get to access, though, it's important to note that we have, in the global HIV/AIDS community, we actually have done something extraordinary together. And what that has been is we have been able to bust some of the access barriers. There are 75% of all people living with HIV and AIDS, so that's nearly 31 million people that have access to life-saving medication wherever they are. That's an amazing thing. So there are lessons. We have been able to bust barriers before, but as you rightly note, there are real access issues that still persist. And getting to the last, the end of the epidemic where we are, it's more and more challenges. There are policy issues that are in that prohibit access to medicine. There are cost issues. There are issues related to, are we meeting people where they are? There are local production issues. And the thing is we have incredible technologies that are available now for prevention, for example, or that may be available in the near future. And we need to make sure that those lessons we learned from busting barriers 20 years ago and over the past 20 years, we bring to light as we think about the new technologies of prevention and what might be in the future.
Thank you so much. And one key player in this area of access, the pharmaceutical companies, and I'm so glad Carmen was here. I'm not sure if she's left because I had a plea for her. Oh, she's still here. No, well, anyway, my plea is one of the drugs that we're actually quite excited about, and I'm sure you are as well, is lenacapavir. And there's been a lot of pleas to make that more accessible, and I get we can talk about that. That's part of my plea. And the other plea is to make it easier to say. If we can find a shorter name for it, that would be really appreciated. Len, okay, Len. Anyway, I was going to go to you, Jay, and my question for you was, a lot of pharmaceutical companies talk about access and they talk about making medicines more easily accessible. But what you guys did at Access to Medicine is you actually did a report on this, looking at patient reach. What were some of your findings?
Sure. First off, thanks for having me here and letting me talk about our research on the pharmaceutical industry. So we research all the largest research-based pharmaceutical companies, including and some of the largest generic players and a number of different generic medicine manufacturers across a variety of disease areas. And HIV/AIDS is one of the areas where we look at. So our recent report is on patient reach. How serious is the industry on addressing patient reach in an era where you've seen many companies putting forward quite strong commitments on addressing care for billions of people in different regions of the world. So what we did is we basically assessed patient reach indicators of the industry. We looked at what do the companies actually, are there real tactics and approaches to addressing patient reach? We found obviously there was a bit of a gap there. The two things that came up, one is the commitment making does not even come close to the burden of disease or the treatment eligible patients that actually need access to treatment. And this is across the industry. And the second thing is, it's actually quite a bit of a positive and a negative, right? So 19 out of the 20 companies that we analyzed all prioritize patient reach as an important indicator that's really down in the corporate strategy of the companies. So that's a good sign. Everyone's serious about it. Everyone's engaged on it. But it's obviously very, very sporadic in terms of how that's applied in the industry itself. And that comes to sort of the negative bit. Usually these patient reach approaches, if they're comprehensive, they're only applied in a few products in a few countries. And that means that when products are in the R&D pipeline, there is little thinking about how are we going to make sure that these products are actually going to be registered and made available in countries with the highest burden of disease. And it also means that when products are on the market, we'll have to wait years and years before these products are actually going to reach the hands of populations worldwide. And to give a few examples there, I mean, we showed the example of, in the case of diabetes care, with only a few companies producing life-saving insulin, and that total commitment only covers less than 1% of the treatment-eligible patients out there who are insulin dependent. So it tells you there's a long way to go, and just working off the comments from my colleague here on the fact that we've learned a lot of lessons. We've busted the barriers before. There's a lot more barriers that we need to bust, and part of that is also the willingness of industry to participate. And yesterday we had an important meeting where we had institutional investors working with companies to find out, what does it really mean to embed health equity within the business? How do you engage on that? How do you invest in that? How do you keep the industry accountable to delivering on this in an era where, there's not a lot of power? We're all dependent, and we have pleas. We try to plea industry to make a product accessible.
Thank you. I want to get back to the partnerships, but before we go there, one case study that we looked at Devex was bedaquiline. We had a story on that, and we looked at the fight for access to bedaquiline, and activists played such a strong role in that fight. So Nomunde, I want to come to you and understand what role can activists play in ensuring that there's access to medicine, and how important is it to have people with lived experience speaking about these things?
Hi, thank you so much for that lovely prompt. So, with my lived experience of living with HIV, I experienced like a lot of gaps and things that I wish existed when I was like much younger that were not available. So, for example, I started collecting treatment at the age of 7. So, I'd be in between hospital and clinics collecting treatment. But I always hoped there'd be another system that didn't expose me to stigmatization and healthcare providers, unfriendly healthcare providers like that. So I always wish it'd be like a system where I would pick it up and then go back home. And I did my research and I found out there actually is. We have the CCMDD program, and we have other e-pharmacy kind of systems where you just go with your code. Obviously, you have to register. You go with your code, and then once you register, they give you a code and a pickup date, and there's systems to that. And so what I did was I took that out, into social media, because I'm not only an activist like on the ground, I'm also a content creator, and I speak about HIV on my TikTok platform. And so what I did was expose that to people, and then they'd come to me with their challenges in accessing, treatment, and why they don't go to like healthcare facilities to get their treatment because of barriers like unfriendly services and transportation. So I was able to encourage them, first of all, encourage them to stay on treatment, to become undetectable, because a program like CCMDD requires you to be undetectable so that you can collect your treatment from a pharmacy instead of going to a healthcare facility like a clinic every month. So you can just go to like a pharmacy, and that is much easier. So my role there has to be to advocate for those systems, to advocate and to also publicize them, because they're like hidden. So people now know about them, but also what are the barriers and what are the issues that they're struggling with. So someone would come to me and say, hey, I haven't fetched my treatment for a month because I can't really leave work for such an excuse. They will really want me to tell them that I'm living with HIV, and I don't want to do that. So I just decided, well, I'm going to fetch it next month. So I'd rather go without treatment for these, 2 days, like this 1 week. And so I stand in the gap because I speak to, people, and I ask them to craft services that will cater to these young girls and women. Like young girls in the villages literally have to miss an entire day of school, wait in the queue just to get their treatment, also have a bad service. I stand in the gap for all of that. There needs to be something better curated for these young girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomunde, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure you actually fill quite a lot of gaps, because I'd never actually thought about TikTok as like a means for activism. And I'm sure this is like a great way of like getting to the youth. Anjali, are there any other examples of this where you're using activists in order to get this message across and in order to get like more access? And can you give us examples of some innovative partnerships that you've also worked on?
Thank you so much. I think activism and young people and people at the center of all of it is the most important thing. And in fact, Nomonde is expressing, I think, so eloquently and beautifully why we need to respond and galvanize everyone around young people. One of the beauties, I think, of the global HIV response is that it has been one of the only efforts across the globe that has brought together a real multi-sectoral partnership with people at the center. We have private sector companies, we have governments, we have civil society, we have faith-based organizations, we have, you name it, they're a part of the movement. And always at the center has been the person, the community. And that, I think, is something that we have to continue. I think there's a lot of really important things where we cannot stop, even though we've made incredible progress in the HIV response, we can't stop. We have 9.3 million people that are living with HIV that still need access to life-saving treatment. We have 1.3 million new infections every year across the globe. Many of those adolescent girls and young women on the continent of Africa, key populations, for example. in other regions and countries where we cannot rest until they have access to life-saving medication and treatment and prevention services, some of these new ones that are exciting like LEN. So I think the most important thing is we always have to keep people at the center of everything that we're doing and let them guide the way we're working. And I think also, especially with the young people, there's a demographic bulge all across Africa, all across the world. My children, and just what Namonde is describing today, outreach to young people is happening in such a different way. We can't try and force a prehistoric kind of way of communicating. We should use the way we should work with young people themselves and let them teach us how we can reach them, because they know. And they're way ahead of all of us. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we're actually coming to time now. But Jay, what would be your call to action for partners in order to make access a little bit easier?
Well, I think at the end of it, doing something about your own vision, right? So a call to action, is obviously different for every partner in that sense. But if your vision is that everyone out there should have access to a particular treatment that you have control over, if that's your vision, and all I'm saying is that do something about your vision. Help communities actually get access without necessarily being dependent on the goodwill of society to provide it for them. And I think Namonde's message is not only an inspiration for access leaders within companies and within investors who really feel, okay, I can make a difference in this. But making a difference means partnering the right way, committing in long term, not allowing big changes to kind of take you off course, and really investing in some of the things like voluntary licensing and better prices, and really guaranteeing supply so that the shelves are stocked so that people can actually deliver care.
Thank you so much. And Nomundi, you've been speaking to different leaders throughout UNGA. What would be your final message for them? I know you're going to continue talking to them, but what would be your message that you'd want them to walk away from UNGA with?
I think I'd like to encourage them to work with young people with experience in order to craft services that are relevant and are going to literally cater to the needs of young people, young girls and women living with HIV across the world. And yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all my panelists. This has been such a great conversation. I hope we do continue it, and keep up the fight.
Quick question. How many of you are on TikTok? I see a few hands, but I think the many hands that are not being raised is indicative of why we need to have young people as part of these conversations, or else we're missing out on some really viable and important communication tools. Well, I'm excited to continue the conversation with one of our partners, ISN, on the often neglected kidney disease and how important it is in the whole grand scheme of things of our global health. And so I'd like to welcome to the stage Jenny Cardamone from Devex.
Thank you, Kate, and great to be here with you all in New York, and for those of you joining us online around the world. I'm joined today by Dr. Valerie Lakes, who's the chair of the Advocacy Working Group of ISN, or the International Society of Nephrology, and Kevin Fowler, who's a principal at the Voice of the Patient, for this important discussion of an often overlooked issue. We just heard on the last panel about the importance of elevating voices of people with lived experience, and that is a theme throughout the day. So Kevin, I'd love to start with you. You, 20 years ago, had a kidney transplant, and oftentimes people think, that's it, you're done, you're good now. We talked about this earlier. So I'd love for you to reflect a little bit on how care and management of this has changed over the past 20 years so that we can inform strategies moving forward.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thanks to Valerie and the rest of the group from ISN for the invitation. I'll just say this from my standpoint. I just want to make a qualification. my experience with kidney disease is much better than the norm. I'm 20 years out, half of kidney transplants fail at 10 years. But one thing I'd just like to point out is that I think kidney disease is fraught with lots of false narratives. And one of the false narratives is that many people think that if you have a kidney transplant, it's a cure. And so I think the biggest thing I would say that what has changed in my experience is that about 10 years ago, I began to look at the policies in the United States that were focused upon early intervention of kidney diseases. And 10 years ago, it was pathetic how little was allocated to that. And so I think that probably the biggest change for me is that that's where my focus has been for the last 10 years, is focused upon early identification of kidney disease high-risk patients, intervention, and then also access to innovation.
Thank you. And Valerie, we know that kidney disease is interlinked with so many other conditions like diabetes and hypertension. So what strategies should international health organizations and governments implement to advance kidney health care within the global health ecosystem, especially in the context of the interplay within other non-communicable diseases?
So thank you very much, and thank you as well for this opportunity to speak here and raise the voice for people living with kidney disease. I think one of the biggest things from international and advocacy organizations is just to raise awareness that there are over 850 million people around the world, about 1 in 10, who are living with some form of kidney disease. And this is then a risk factor for worse outcomes with heart disease. It's often a consequence or a cause of hypertension. It's one of the major consequences of diabetes, etc. So as you said, there's a huge interplay. There's also an interplay we just heard with HIV, with malaria, with tuberculosis. There's interplay with maternal and child health, with nutrition, with gender inequities, with everything we've been hearing about today. So I think from the advocacy perspective, we are trying to raise awareness that kidney disease is something that is very common. It has now reached the 9th leading cause of death, according to the World Health Organization, and the number of deaths has increased by 95% between 2020 and 2021, so enormous amount of deaths. The issue with kidney disease is it hasn't been prioritized amongst the other non-communicable diseases, and unfortunately, as we all know from the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals, unless something is overtly prioritized, governments are not really obliged to track, or they put all their resources in tracking other things. So I think our message really to the policymakers and the decision makers is that kidney disease is not complicated. You don't need an entire silo to address kidney disease because of its overlap with so many other things. It's also very easily detected with a simple blood test and a urine test. So it's easy to identify people at risk, and managing patients with kidney disease uses the same medications, the same strategies that we use to treat diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease. So if it's treated early and caught early, it can actually be stabilized. And then people don't have to go into the dilemma of dialysis, transplant, or when these treatments are not available, dying. And in low and middle income settings, actually dying young, between 20s and 40s, for example. So I think the message to the policymakers is kidney disease can relatively simply be integrated into existing programs. It doesn't need entire new independent programs. And that simplicity of the message should be conveyed. Because we have the capacity then to save a lot of lives, a lot of quality of lives, and also cost through that. Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking of medicines, I know you brought some with you today and were showing me, and I think it was quite a visual. So talk to us a little bit about how you've managed your CKD.
Yeah, I'm just not doing this gratuitous.
The microphone.
Oh, okay.
You
I'm
need
not.
2 hands.
Oh, that's okay. I'm multidimensional. I can do that. I think I brought this as a visual just to show that these are the amount of medications that you take to hang on to your kidney, and these medications come with a lot of side effects. Not just side effects, but health risks. So I've had cancer, I've had plastic surgery of a face, increased the risk of diabetes. And so there's a lot of these different factors that contribute a lot of uncertainty in your life. And so I think that the discussion today was a lot about mental health. That's really been absent in the discussion about kidney diseases. And if you think about it for a second, kidney disease is linked with impairment of cognition. In dialysis, it's just appalling what happens. It happens in kidney transplantation, and the evidence now shows it happens in kidney diseases. So for me, where I put my efforts on, and I learned early on, is that figuring out this part is important to hold on to this. And I think that's an area that I find many physicians don't fully appreciate.
It's a really important and way to connect in with the mental health piece of a lot of the work we've been doing over the last 2 days. So we all know that this week needs to be about a lot more than just rhetoric, right? We need to see action, and that's something we've talked about on and off stage. So what critical actions, Valerie, do you want to see governments taking after UNGA week, as we all go back to our day jobs outside of this, to improve patient outcomes, to address societal challenges, and to really integrate kidney care into all of these other sectoral challenges that we're talking about?
So I think what's really critical is pretty much everything we heard about today overlaps with kidney disease. So again, kidney disease needs a multi-sectoral, holistic approach to actually wellness and kidney health rather than just thinking about kidney disease. A lot of that is eradicating poverty, gender equity, ensuring nutrition is critical. Obviously, looking after the patients in kidney disease is very critical to achieving SDG 3.4 because it's also got its overlap with other diseases. So I think what we would really hope is that governments at least open to this to recognize that kidney disease is something important. It is changing outcomes and lives and qualities of lives. It actually exacerbates poverty and is actually taking up a very disproportionate proportion of the budget in countries that are paying for dialysis and transplant compared to the proportion of people who are actually affected. So it's very expensive for economies. So there is also an economic argument. But the biggest thing I think is that the burden of kidney disease needs to be documented. And so countries need to start tracking kidney disease so that we can actually understand how big is the burden, where is it, where are hotspots, are there specific communities like we know in Latin America, there's very big hotspots of chronic kidney disease, so that we can then develop sustainable strategies. And then because kidney disease is so expensive, we need to also develop sustainable, I would use investment rather than financing from one of the speakers this morning about how do we invest in kidney health to try to maintain kidney health so we don't have to continue to pay so much for expensive therapy down the road.
Yeah, and I'd like to pick up on that in knowing that it doesn't have to be hard, right? Do you see any governments that are really doing this well, or any case studies or examples that others can learn from?
There definitely are certain countries that have been champions. And one country, for example, is Thailand. They rolled out universal health coverage in 2002 and did not initially include dialysis and transplantation. They then did very systematic studies, realized people were suffering enormous amounts of catastrophic health expenditure. So included dialysis in their universal health coverage in 2008, but at the same time recognized we have to prevent kidney disease. So they have rolled out very good primary care education. They've enabled primary care practitioners and other clinicians to manage and detect kidney disease early. And they've recently been publishing the outcomes of this, and they're realizing it's highly cost effective. So I think Thailand for me is a country that's really a beacon of hope because it was a low and middle income country when it started. It is now an upper middle income country, but it's really gone about this in such a systematic way that it's really shown that it's worth it. And it's hard to argue then with saving lives and saving money and saving quality of life at the same time.
Absolutely. And Kevin, what would you like to see coming out of this week? Again, being that voice of lived experience, having a near-death experience quite recently, right? I mean, once you had your transplant, that was not the end of the story. It's really the beginning.
And a nice little exposure of food poisoning about back in February. But anyway, I would just say maybe first of all is use the term kidney diseases. It's not this homogeneous disease. There's a lot unknown about kidney diseases. So if I were looking at countries prioritizing screening for high-risk patients, advocating for access to innovation, and then developing a patient voice. Because at the end of the day, a strong patient voice has a lot more urgency than other stakeholders.
Thank you for taking the time to be here and share your experience with us. I know we're out of time. Valerie, any closing remarks from you and calls to action for those policymakers and others in our audience?
I think really just listening today, many of the speakers actually gave an example, told a story. We're hearing the personal story, and this is the biggest thing we can't forget, is that policymakers also need to remember that this is all about the individual and their families. And I think that's something as well that one really needs to emphasize, because kidney disease definitely takes a village once one gets advanced kidney disease. And so I would say not forget the individual.
Well, thank you. And thanks to ISN for helping us shed a light on this, on CKDs, diseases, as you said. And I wanted to also say thank you to ISN strategic partners, AstraZeneca, Boehringer Ingelheim, Baxter, Bayer, Novartis, and Otsuka, because our work wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners.
And if I can just mention, we have a booth at the back there. And if anyone is interested, we have a petition that people can sign to try to motivate governments to actually act and ask the WHO to act. And then we have a pledge that can be signed as well by any policymakers, decision makers, to pledge that they're also willing to join us in this action to improving kidney health globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're going to welcome Rumbi to the stage now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next conversation will be on antimicrobial resistance, and I'd like to welcome on stage our speakers, Dame Sally Davis, who's the UK Special Envoy on AMR, Anand Kumar, who's the co-founder and CEO of Bugworks, and Ramanan Lakshminayaran, who's the founder and president of One Health Trust. Thank you. So AMR is often described as a silent pandemic, but it feels like it's having its moment in the sun right now. There are so many discussions around AMR happening at UNGA, and there's going to be a high-level meeting on it on Thursday. So I'll start with you, Sally. Do you think AMR is actually coming to the forefront at the moment, and what needs to happen in terms of policy now?
I do think it's coming to the forefront. It's the second high-level meeting. We've got vastly more side events and awareness. What I worry about is that it'll fall off the agenda straight after the meeting. And it shouldn't. Antibiotics are the infrastructure of modern health systems. They're the infrastructure for food systems, and both of those are at risk across the world. And if you look at the new data that we published last week, the GRAM study, by 2050, 39 million or more will have died of AMR on the present trajectories. So we've got to do something about it. We've got to make sure that people protect what we've got and they have access to what we've got, let alone the rest of the story. So please help us keep it on the agenda.
Well, we're certainly trying. We've been speaking so much about AMR at Devex. I think we've got like 3 or 4 stories out this week, which is unheard of. And I hope we will make an effort to continue to talk about it a little bit more.
Because there are lots of human stories. Even I have been working on this for well over 10 years. My goddaughter died 2 years ago of AMR. If you ask people, most of them have known a case. Think about cancer. 1 in 4 cancer cases gets a really serious infection, and AMR is killing plenty of them when their cancer was cured.
That is true. I think the Africa CDC published a report that says that AMR is now killing more people than HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis combined. But Ramanan, I want to come to you because something has to happen, as Sally said, but it takes a wide range of people. So how do we make sure that there's this collaboration and multi-stakeholder approach in addressing AMR?
Thanks for that question. Thanks for having me. And I think you started by saying it's a silent pandemic. I don't think it's silent at all. I think a lot of people are dying, and they know that they're dying. We just don't add up those numbers in the way as Sally just said. 7.7 million people die of bacterial infections every year. 7.7 million. About 1.4 are directly, or 1.3 are directly attributable to drug-resistant infections. A lot more people die because of lack of access to antibiotics than do of drug resistance itself, because a lot of people are just not getting access to even antibiotics that you would not die of those infections here in the US, but you would die of that if you were in Nairobi or in Johannesburg. So that's just because the drugs haven't made it out there in those places, not a problem that's unfamiliar to people working on HIV or TB. I think there are 3 things that need to happen. First is a lot of those infections are preventable. We have those infections in many LMICs because we don't have the levels of water and sanitation, of immunization and infection prevention control that we could. If we did that, we could avert at least probably 750,000 deaths, probably more than that, even just from the prevention part. We need access. If we have access to drugs that are fairly inexpensive, and remember, we're only talking about 5 days of treatment. You're not talking about lifetime treatment. We could avert literally millions of deaths. The third is, whether in rich or poor countries, every time we use antibiotics, whether inappropriately or appropriately, we're generating drug resistance. That's just how things work. That's how evolution works. So we're always going to need new antibiotics unless someone has a really good idea about how to not have antibiotics and make the medical system work. No one's figured out a way to do that quite yet. So we're going to need access to those new antibiotics as well. But first, those antibiotics need to be in the pipeline. And I think you'll hear again from Anand, it's very hard to develop new antibiotics. It's a very difficult business to be in. And beyond just developing the drugs, you also need to get it into patients wherever they might be. So we need these three things, and that's what you'll hear at the UNGA high-level meeting on access to effective antibiotics tomorrow.
Thank you so much. And you spoke about developing new antibiotics and how difficult that is. And Anand, you can definitely speak to this. I hear you work on super bugs, which must be even more difficult. Can you tell us about some of the innovative work that's happening in LMICs?
Thank you for having me, and thanks for the question. More than 90% of the innovation that happens in the space, Rumbi, is done by small companies. Small, struggling companies that are barely alive, hypoxic for sure. That's because the big pharmaceutical companies have left the space there for lucrative areas. So you're now left with just small companies, a handful of them. And they're the ones who are doing the innovation, right? Maybe less than 30 people, 40 people. This is a very difficult space because we're dealing with a live organism that's much smarter than humans and that has evolved over millions of years. So the science is difficult and the business models are even more difficult. You know, you spend a few $100 million, innovate a drug, and you want it to be kept under lock and key, to be used only on patients for whom existing drugs don't work. It makes no sense from a regular pharmaceutical parlance. So we are up against something really difficult scientifically because you are dealing with bugs that are so smart and evolving constantly, and you're dealing with a broken business model where you don't have volume. So you're left with the small companies, and thanks to Carbex, GuardP, and a few of these other wonderful partnerships that have happened post the last UNGA meeting, companies like ours survive. Else, Bugworks would have closed long ago. So we have made a lot of progress since the last UNGA in that way, that there are at least some mechanisms to promote innovation. Now, more than 80% of the mortality that Ramanan was talking about is happening in low to medium income countries. So how do you innovate sitting in the West if we don't understand the resistance patterns or the financials that are required to make these products available where it's needed the most? So what's happening, Rumbi, is something very interesting. If you innovate in the United States in AMR, it's 100% route to bankruptcy. 100% route. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. If you spend $200-300 million, you go through US FDA, you get a UTI drug that'll be used by a handful of patients. You can't even keep the lights on. Whereas there are patients on other part of the world, hundreds of thousands of patients who are dying for these drugs. So why not innovate and work with partners like GuardP and Carbex and others who are able to support innovation coming from low to medium income countries? So companies like ours, we are based in India, and we are trying to work on a completely new class of antibiotics, the first since the fluoroquinolones. I hope we succeed for humanity's sake and for our investors' sake. But the fact is, I think the low to medium income countries are not the troublemakers alone. Good solutions are coming. Contextualized solutions are coming from where it's needed the most. The pathogens we work with in India, in South Africa, are tough pathogens. So if we can innovate new drugs where it's needed the most, in the battleground that it's right in your backyard, there's a good chance that those antibiotics will work across the world. A problem in India today will show up in New York in 7 years, or 5 years, or 10 years. So why not do the innovation where it's needed the most? So I'd like to make a comment that new innovation is likely to be launched in LMICs even before it's launched in the US. I think that's the only way forward, and we hope to be a case in point for that.
Thank you, Anna. And speaking about differences between LMICs and high-income countries, the Lancet recently published an opinion that actually says there's a divide in priorities between LMICs and high-income countries when it comes to AMR. The focus for high-income countries is on more research and development, while LMICs may need more mitigation efforts. How do we ensure that this agreement or this resolution that comes out of this high-level meeting caters to LMICs as well, Sally?
Well, the outcome document has been negotiated. They're going to sign it off tomorrow, but I am pleased to say it starts with we need to prevent infection. We need clean water, infection prevention, WASH. We need vaccines. It then goes on to access to antibiotics, the routine ones like Ramanan has talked about, and innovative ones. It talks about how do we leverage funding. There's quite a lot of funding in development banks that could be used for AMR, but poor countries don't understand that it's there or how to get at it, so we need to do that. So it is very focused on what the majority of the world needs. And one of the things that's in there that I'm very keen on is putting in place an independent scientific panel to review the evidence. I'm hoping, the British government's hoping, that this will end up in Nairobi, run by the UN Environment Programme, because that's where the problems are. Then the Secretariat will have that in their mind as they commission work and work with the experts from all around the world. I want Africa to own this.
Thank you. It seems like from what you're saying, Sally, we have a pretty good agreement on the table. But Ramanan, how do we keep up the momentum after this Thursday?
Well, I think the momentum is there because of some things that are hardwired into this political declaration. The things that we wanted in here, actual numerical targets, a 10% reduction in mortality, improvement in appropriate use of antibiotics, 70% of these being these access antibiotics that are the ones that should be used, substantial reduction in antibiotic use in animals, as Sally mentioned, an independent panel for evidence, much like the IPCC. These are all in that declaration, and not to compete, but I think we have a better declaration than some of the ones we had last year. And I think these are all very actionable. We're due to come back to the UN in 2029. It would be utterly embarrassing, not that it hasn't happened before, but it would be embarrassing to come back and say we haven't actually met those fairly modest targets. Now, there is also, very rare for a political declaration, as folks here would know, to actually have a number on funding, to actually have an aspirational number funding national action plans, which LMICs were very keen on. So I think we've got all the ingredients that we need. We now need to take this forward into countries. This prevention agenda that we spoke about is all funded. Gavi has the money. Bilateral programs have the money for WASH. They need to focus on, appropriate for antibiotics. We're working to set up an access facility for existing and new antibiotics, which will then also help companies like Anand's, where there is a ready pathway from developing a drug to then first getting it into patients in LMICs at the same time that it gets into people in high-income countries. Today, and we did the study, last 20 years, the drugs that were developed, only about 15% of these actually make it out of 10 countries. They don't make it out of those 10 countries at all. And that's a mistake because the patients are there and the money is here, but we've got to connect those dots, because if we don't connect those dots, companies like Bugworks fail. So I'm very optimistic. I think we have momentum behind us, and if we stay focused in the way that we have over the last few years, this is a very solvable problem. That's the other thing I want to emphasize. This is not a difficult problem. We've got the tools. We know how to do it. It doesn't require like a brand new technology to do. We just need to keep going at it, and then we can crack it.
Thank you so much. Ramanan spoke about connecting these dots, and we're coming to the end of our session. So, Anand, I want to go to you. What kind of support do you need going forward?
For folks like us who are working on new drugs, I think having the mechanisms that Ramanan spoke about, where you start looking at a go-to-globe strategy, Rumbi, that means new innovation needs to make it everywhere, or at least where it's needed the most at the same time. It can't be stuck just in the West and then make it after 10 to 15 years, if at all, to other places. So mechanisms that allow innovation to go wherever the patient need is there is something that I think would be extremely important. And the national action plans have to be funded. And there are certain countries worse than the others. But these, just talking about national action plan, not funding it and not holding these governments accountable to these targets that Ramanan alluded to, these are the top two things. Because without prevention, anything that people like us do is waste, right? So we need prevention. We need to protect the existing antibiotics and have to invest in future antibiotics. This is our chance. 2029 is too far away. I think 2024, this is it. I hope the political declaration will move into action and we will save millions of lives. That's what we want to do.
Thank you. That's a perfect call to action for us to end this session, moving to action. And I hope in 2029 would have actually met some of those targets. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rumbi. Well, I'd love to welcome our next panelists to the stage. We have Nabiha Kazi Hutchins, who's the president and CEO of PAI, and Dr. Ayman Abulmohsen, who's chief of the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights branch of the UNFPA. So thank you both, and thank you to PAI for being one of our partners today. So we're going to take a look at contraceptive access. And, I don't want to talk about all the many, political challenges that are out there, because that could take a whole session, and really talk about innovation in this space and increasing access to contraceptives. So Nabiha, I want to start with you and just talk about your role at PAI and how you've been working with civil society and other partners to accelerate access to modern contraceptives and really enabling an environment for access.
Thank you for that question, and it's wonderful to be here with you as well as Ayman. UNFPA and PAI, we've been partners for over 55 years, and we've made some great progress. There's a lot more to come. As it relates to PAI's role and the role of civil society, our work is ensuring that the promises that are made, that the funding that's committed, that the health services that are guaranteed are actually delivered upon. And in order for us to do that, it is about ensuring that policies and laws are reflective of what communities need. It's about ensuring that health services are trusted and delivered through reliable health systems. And also, quite frankly, and most importantly, that women and young people know that these services are available. And this is all part of building an enabling environment. When we have an enabling environment, we see great results. Governments deliver increased financing for contraceptives. We see impacts in access, and we see rights realized and communities thrive.
And Dr. Abulmohsen, so what is the role of multilateralism in advancing health innovation, particularly in family planning and contraceptive care?
So that's a very good question, and we can continue talking about it for a very long time. But let's start with identifying that there is a persistent problem that the global community is facing, which is the persistent unmet need in family planning, meaning that all of the solutions that we've been adopting over the past several decades are still not enough to reach to those underserved. So that means that we have to start thinking of innovative solutions to make sure that those women who are deprived from having access to a modern and reliable contraceptive is having access. So multiple levels or multiple layers of these innovative solutions come into play when we are talking about multilateralism. First of all, one entity or one approach will not serve all. This is where partnership with the private sector and civil society becomes of paramount importance. I give you a very simple example. We, as under UNFPA, we have the UNFPA Supplies Program. We're the biggest provider of donated contraceptives to the developing world. During the COVID days, because not almost, all of our contraceptives that we procure for our developing countries are coming either from the Far East, India and China, or from Europe. with the complete halt of supply chains, we were not able to move anything to Africa. And yet, there are many manufacturers in Africa who are trying to provide quality products, but the business model is not sufficiently healthy in a way that will make them competitive in the market. And at the same time, they have to make very heavy investments in quality assurance mechanisms so they become qualified. So we, as a UN agency, be able to buy from them. We only buy from manufacturers who are pre-qualified by WHO. So it gives you an idea of the scale of the problem. So this is where we have to work into an innovative solution where we look into how we can improve the decentralization of production, how we can look into innovative solutions to improve the distribution of these contraceptives and create a better market that is competitive enough that can reduce the actual price of these contraceptives for those who cannot afford to pay. So multiple layers of collaboration, and this is where multilateralism becomes very useful when it comes to innovative solutions.
You really need a multi-sectoral approach. So Nabiha, can you talk a little bit about how PAI is addressing some of these challenges?
Well, first of all, we also have to recognize that there's been great achievement and advancement, right? Today we have almost 870 million people who have access to contraceptives. On the other hand, we have far too many who can't access, over 250 million. And we also know that 50% of pregnancies are unintended. So there's a lot of work to be had. And it's very exciting to see the policy commitments from government. It's very exciting to see this push to ensure that laws and frameworks reflect the needs of people. It's very exciting to hear of the innovations to ensure that modern contraceptives are meeting the preferences of communities. But it does us no good if knowledge and innovation and services and programs remain on the shelves and no one accesses them. You know, there's a saying in global development, no product, no program. I would agree with that to some extent. What we need to add is if we don't have people, we don't have impact. And so as PAI looks at these challenges, we're doing several things. We're looking at ensuring that the accountability mechanisms driven by civil society, who are the truth tellers, who are paying close attention to what's happening, are elevating visibility around policy and funding commitments, that they're at the forefront of knocking on the doors of government, of donors, of even multilateral partners, saying, you promised these things to us, where are they? And the results, you know, this is something that is not that complicated, but it actually requires sustained support, funding, and intentional integration of civil society, people-led movements, whether that be for sexual and reproductive health and rights, contraceptive access, addressing issues around vaccine hesitancy, malnutrition, climate. When you have a superpowered people movement, people show up. And I will share a few examples. You know, even with our contraceptive accountability and advocacy work, we've had cases where governments are now increasing their domestic financial commitments to contraceptives. Malawi, 9% increase. Tanzania, almost 10% increase. Benin, 430% increase. Why? Because people showed up and asked. You know, we have this incredible program over 4 years with a robust civil society network of over 700 civil society organizations, partially supported by the Global Financing Facility. And over those 4 years of a coordinated, multi-sectoral, also multilateral partners in this, we saw over 100 advancements on the policy and legal side that not only unlock access to sexual and reproductive health, but what it also did is unlocks access to opportunity and achievement. And those are all the things that we have to remain steadfast on, not only in times of crisis, but consistently every single day throughout the journey of progress.
Right. And Ayman, how is UNFPA thinking about their role in being able to facilitate and increase this access?
So first of all, UNFPA being a UN agency, and we work with and for member states. So our main counterparts are the governments. And so our main point of entry is to invest in our comparative advantage and having this trusted relationship to influence policies and programs at the country level. this is what we do. I give you an example. Over the past several years, we have redefined our relationship with governments when it comes to providing them with donated commodities. Instead of providing them with the contraceptives with no strings attached, we have compacts that are being signed with the government, where the government commits to allocating from its domestic resources the allocation. Nabia was giving some examples to allocate from its domestic resources for the financing and the procurement and the distribution of contraceptives and maternal health medicines as well. So we are redesigning our relationship. It's based now on mutual accountability. To be able to do this, we have engaged with international and local civil society to advocate for policy reform and policy change. And this is a very important role of the civil society, because they can influence policy at the local level much, much faster and much cheaper than any other international organization. So this is a very important move. We have what we call the Smart Advocacy Program at the local level, where we engage with local civil society to talk to policymakers, to stakeholders, to be able to be convinced that spending on family planning and procuring contraceptives is an investment. It's not money spent, it's money invested. And we provide them with the local context on the returns of these investments. So they become part and parcel of our investment at the local level, to be able to modify this policy based on which, I mean, Nabia is making an example. Yesterday, we were very fortunate. We had many, in our side event, we had many governments announcing their domestic allocation of resources for the procurement of contraceptives.
And Abiha, you talked about products sitting on the shelf and obviously holding governments accountable, but what can you do to help just increase patient awareness and patient demand to go and take advantage of the products that are available?
Yeah, our partners in more than 35 countries approach us through a multifaceted, multi-layered approach. And it is very much around who is in close proximity to the communities that are facing the greatest inequities. Who do they trust? Who do they believe in? I mean, we have a very productive and symbiotic relationship with the multilateral institutions like UNFPA. There's no point in being aware of your rights and what is accessible to you if you can't actually get the goods and services, just as there's no point in having goods and services if people aren't aware. So for us, it is at multiple levels, engaging with the government, engaging, as I said, with trusted sources, with media, with community-based influencers, and also reassuring communities that as you go and access sexual and reproductive health care, as you go and ask for contraceptive access, you're not doing it out of turn and you're not alone. You have a whole community that is supportive of this, that understands why this is so important to the progress of all people, and that there's a civil society movement as well as important partners with government like UNFPA who are making sure that quality, trusted services and information is provided, and we can combat misinformation, combat lies, and combat the injustice of having options, having knowledge, and people not being able to access it.
Right, so a global effort, but within localized context. Well, thank you so much, Nabiha and Dr. Ayman for joining us today, and thank you to PAI.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I will now hand it over to my colleague, Michael Igo, for our next conversation.
Hello again, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great day. This has been just an incredibly thought-provoking and exciting day for me. Hope it has been for you as well. This session, I'm sure, will only continue that trend. Once again, my name is Michael Igo. I'm a reporter with Devex on the news team, and really delighted to be here today with Dr. David Walton, who's the coordinator of the U.S. President's Malaria Initiative. David, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So PMI, I'm sure many folks in this room are very familiar with your work, but you're the lead initiative on malaria for the U.S. government. I've been around for about 20 years, I think. And
stand now at a really critical moment in the effort to defeat a disease that's been around for thousands of years. I believe that medical writings, Chinese medical writings from 2700 BC talked about malaria. It was found in remains from the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. So we're talking about a disease that has been part of the human condition for most of our history, or for an enormous amount of our history. I wonder if we could just start with the epidemiology and your expertise there. Could you very quickly, seeing that clock ticking down, could you describe the moment that we're in right now as you see it in the moment in the effort to defeat malaria?
So great context setting, and just to get straight to the point, when we look at the last 19 or so years, PMI turns 20 next year. We're
Happy
very
birthday.
excited about it. Thank you. When we look, say, from 2000 to the year 2000, 2005 to around 2015, we saw year on year just absolutely tremendous progress in the fight against malaria. Incidence, prevalence, deaths, all going down year on year globally. Around sort of 2015, 2016, that the shape of that curve started to flatten out slightly, but still significant progress. Sadly, like many other challenges in health in general during the COVID pandemic, the height of the COVID pandemic, things took a step back. And we're still actually trying to reclaim those gains. And so significant progress, that's sort of important point number one. But I think the second thing to note is that unlike, say, 10 years ago, or even 15 years ago, we're facing a series of new challenges that we didn't have to face before. And we may talk about those things, but we have a new vector on the continent, a new mosquito that is transmitting malaria. We have resistance to insecticides and to antimalarial medications. We have climate shocks, flooding, etc. And so while we're still trying to reclaim the gains that we lost in COVID, we now have a whole series of new challenges that are not only sort of burgeoning, but also becoming more significant and really making things much more complex as we look forward.
As if your job wasn't already hard enough. Let's start with climate change. This strikes me as a really difficult one to confront from an institutional perspective. PMI, I think, works in 27 countries right now. 30 countries, mostly sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. Climate change is likely to change the geography of malaria. How, as an agency, are you thinking about that problem? You know, getting out in front of something that's changing so quickly. Are you going to have to work in new places or work differently? How are you thinking about that?
So it's a really interesting question, Michael, and I appreciate you asking, because I think, well, you know, I know our time is limited, so I'll hit the top notes here. Essentially, when you look, say, 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road, certain areas are getting warmer and wetter, others are getting hotter and drier. And so the geography, as you're noting, of malaria is shifting slightly. But that's 15 years out. It's happening a little bit now, but that's 15 years out. When we look today, we're actually facing significant challenges today. Let me give you a couple of examples. I mean, actually, even in the past few months, there's been flooding in Kenya. There's been cyclones in Mozambique last year. All of those, you have a baseline of significant malaria, and then you have more flooding and these climate shocks, and it just disrupts housing. It disrupts our tools, bed nets. It's hard to hang a bed net when your home is destroyed. And so the typical tools that we have are rendered sort of ill for purpose when we face some of those challenges. And so, the climate shocks are quite significant. And so we're really investing as PMI in early warning systems, working with countries. We're looking to pre-position certain commodities, so when floods do come, the supplies are already across that flooded river, so we don't have to ford it, etc. I think secondly, and also somewhat perniciously, rainy seasons in, say, the Sahel are getting longer. and somewhat unpredictable in terms of the start and stop times. And again, that's critically important. So if you have a country like Senegal, and for years and years, it started in this month and it ended in this month, and it was 3 months long. We prophylax kids against malaria during that time, and which has led to a significant reduction in malaria prevalence for kids with chemo prevention, is what we call it. But in order to do that, you have to sort of you have to procure the supplies, you have to position them, you have to have them delivered, et cetera, and sort of present for those kids. When you don't know the onset and the offset of the rainy season, it becomes much more unpredictable and when that's going to happen. And for example, in Senegal, the rainy season has gone from 3 months to 4 months to now 5 months. And so programmatically, we're having to invest much more. And so while certain areas, back to your question, are changing, the geography is changing, and we may be facing significant changes in the epidemiology and where it shifts. Right now, we're facing very acute challenges in terms of the programming, the rainy season, the climate shocks, and we're really having to advance in real time, trying to find these solutions as we sort of confront climate change.
Let me ask the uncomfortable money question. We're about a week out from the end of the fiscal year in the United States. A really stress-free time for everybody working in the U.S. government. You're a federal employee, and
Sure.
I'm sure you have your own concerns. But even more broadly than this particular budget negotiation, when I talk to folks working in U.S. global health circles, there's a lot of anxiety about sort of the state of overall funding right now. I mean, we're seeing funding levels plateau. You know, we had this sort of golden age when a lot of these new initiatives were created about 20 years ago, really put the US government on the map as a global health leader. You're describing a situation that's getting more complicated, that has hit this sort of crux point where greater investment is needed to sort of get back on a track of rapid malaria eradication. How are you thinking about that? Well, I guess it's a two-part question. How are you pushing for more resources and making the case? And two, how are you thinking about this sort of sustainability piece where, you know, the role of the US government here is not necessarily to be taken for granted in the way that it might have been in the past?
No, those are great questions. And I would say we are grateful for the bipartisan support that we receive in Congress. And each and every day, we're working to put those tax dollars at work in the best ways that we can, in the most effective ways that we can, in terms of malaria control and prevention, with the goal of elimination in the countries in which we work, 27 in sub-Saharan Africa, and then 3 in the Mekong. And so for us, there's always opportunities for additional investment, but we're making the case by executing. We're making the case by proving the point that it's absolutely critical, the work that we're doing abroad, to save lives. There's also an angle to be discussed around global health security. Now, malaria is typically not in the global health security conversations, as you know, but I would remind you that last year we had 10 cases of local transmission of malaria. That hasn't happened in 20 years. Now, there's lots of debate epidemiologically about how that happened and sort of what 20 years of quiescence and now 10 cases all of a sudden. But I say that to not fearmonger, but rather to say the mosquitoes that transmit malaria are still amongst us. In about 32 or 33 states here in the US, those mosquitoes are alive and well. We just eradicated the parasite. Can the parasite be reintroduced at any time? Yes, it can. And so you can make the case that the work that we're doing to save lives, particularly of kids under 5 and pregnant women, not exclusively, but in particular, because those are the most vulnerable groups, are incredibly important to the American people for their own safety. And so these are the ways in which we think about sort of executing and doing the best we can and proving our point around the importance of this issue. Your second question.
Yeah, part 2 is about, granted, you're making the case, and I hear what you're saying about making it more directly to the American people. But projecting out, we're likely not going to see massive influxes of U.S. funding in the way that we had, a couple decades ago. So how does that change the way that you're thinking about working with partner countries? A lot of the conversation tends to gravitate towards localization, additional partnerships with local organizations to sustain the fight. Where is PMI on localization now? And how does that sort of inform your approach to the long-term fight against malaria?
A great question around sort of the sustainability piece and localization, and I know you've written a fair amount about that, is part of that, right? And when we see the future of malaria control and again, eventual elimination, we see that local organizations, local scientists, the community health workers, that all needs to be over time shifted to where the locus of control and funding really should be, which is on the continent, right? And we're making strides in PMI, in localization, as are other agencies, and I know you've written about USAID in particular. But I would say for us, the sustainability piece is always top of mind. But I think if you look at the other major initiative, PEPFAR, say, they are at a very interesting inflection point in their tenure around sort of in terms of localization and things of that nature. They've made significant progress. But for us, we're a bit earlier in that that journey. When you look at places like Nigeria, when you look at places like DRC, those two countries alone carry over 50% of the global burden of disease. And we also have to think about the macroeconomic climate and all these things. So there isn't a day that goes by that we're not thinking about sustainability. What does sustainability look like, and how are we building that slowly but surely into our programming? Localization is a part of that. Conversations we have with governments is part of that. Advocating for increased domestic spending for malaria for the countries is part of that. But it's a rich tapestry that I think takes time. And I think, again, the time horizon has to be rational. It has to be understood to understand your point is well taken around sort of what we can do and how long we can do it. But I would argue, look at the progress we've made. And I would say, unlike other diseases, when you take your foot off of the gas for malaria, it comes right back. And so we can't afford to sort of step back and say, well, now it's your turn. There has to be a rational, thoughtful, sort of slow, methodical transition that just takes time, right? And again, I would also submit to you, we have some new tools. We may talk about those. We have vaccines, et cetera, but we're just in the process of deploying those new tools, integrating them. We have new tools in the pipeline as well. So I think for us, it's an understanding of where we are, how we're doing the work, integrating those new tools, continuing to improve on the programming that we have already, increasing advocacy to the countries for increased domestic spending, et cetera, localization, and moving forward on that journey.
Great. Well, Dr. Walton, you've left us with some teasers. I'm afraid we're out of time, but we'll have to pick up the conversation again sometime soon. Thank you so much for doing this. Please give Dr. Walton a round of applause.
Thanks very much. Really a pleasure.
Hey, everyone. So one of the things you just heard about was new tools in the pipeline. And in this next session, we're going to hear about a new tool in the pipeline for cancer. So how many of you have heard of CAR T-cell therapy? I'm guessing given major global health interest in this room, many of you, although I'm not seeing many hands. So for those of you who don't know, this is a type of cancer immunotherapy that involves genetically modifying a patient's T cells to help them fight cancer. But speaking of access, another big issue we've talked about today, this is not widely accessible. And in this next conversation, in partnership with Caring Cross, we'll explore how two groups are partnering to bring this innovation to low and middle income country contexts. So I'd like to welcome Jenny Cardamone, Vice President of Partnerships at Devex, to lead that conversation. Thanks, Jenny.
Thanks, Catherine. Good to be back. Okay. I am thrilled to be joined today by Dr. Boro Dropulic. Did I say it right? All right. Who's the Executive Director and co-founder of Caring Cross, and Kevin Kyle, who is the CEO of Germ Free. So let's dive right in, Boro. Can you give our audience an overview of Caring Cross, your mission, what you're trying to accomplish, knowing that a lot of people here did not raise their hands?
Yeah, thanks very much for inviting us to share our story today. Caring Cross is a nonprofit, and we're really focused upon developing innovations in order to reduce the cost of CAR T cell therapies and stem cell gene therapies to make them affordable and accessible. Currently, some of these therapies are curative for diseases like leukemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma, sickle cell disease, and beta thalassemia, but their cost is very high. $375,000, $475,000, $2-3 million just for a single therapy, putting it out of reach out of many around the world, not sustainable anywhere in the world, and really restricts access, particularly for underserved populations and those in low and middle income countries. Caring Cross is comprised of a group of individuals that have been doing gene therapy, working in the gene therapy field for over 30 years. And what we do is we develop innovations in order to lower the cost and improve access of these therapies. And the way that we do that in three ways. First of all, we develop low-cost manufacturing processes to manufacture these cells and the materials at a tenth of the cost that is otherwise out there currently. Second of all is we collaborate with companies like Germ-Free to improve the distribution models on how these therapies are provided, particularly decentralized manufacturing and point of care, which significantly reduces the cost and improves access. And thirdly, we actually make the therapies ourselves. We make generic versions of CAR Ts for leukemia and lymphoma, for multiple myeloma, and we also have in the clinic a CAR T cell therapy for a one-time therapy for HIV. So these are all clinical candidates that are presently in development.
Thank you. Kevin, I'd love to hear more about this partnership that your two organizations have forged. What are the unique strengths you bring to this, and what is your vision for it?
Thank you, Jenny. So the partnership started over 3 years ago, and it started with some good teams that are aligned on a mission coming together, and the mission being to deliver better, more equitable access globally to these therapies. Starts with great people on both sides of the fence, I do believe, and we've been able to pair the therapeutics and the promise of the future of therapeutics with a delivery model. And so I'll tell you a little bit about what Germ-Free does. So we build what is called a modular clean room. And so if you think about that in an area perspective, it's an area about twice the size of the stage area here. And think about it like a mini factory. And I like to talk a lot about Lego blocks. And so a Lego block that you can drop anywhere in the world that is particularly tuned to the CAR T cell therapies that have been developed by Caring Cross. They include the full workflow, they include the environmental monitoring systems and the IT systems that bring it all together to give you the quality control and the regulatory controls that are necessary to meet global standards.
Thanks. Boro, I know there's a partnership in Brazil, and I'd love to dig into that a little bit more. Can you tell us what's happening there?
Yeah, we have a partnership with an organization called Fiocruz, which is the large biologics manufacturer in Brazil that's supported by the Ministry of Health of Brazil. And that partnership is to tech transfer all the knowledge, the materials, and how to make these products so that Fiocruz can make them locally for a tenth of the cost that it costs in the developed world. And what they will do is then provide these therapies to the Brazilian public health system at little or no cost to the patient. So this is a way that we're tech transferring, not only providing the technology, but also providing these candidates so they can get them into the clinic and then get approval locally.
And Kevin, can you talk a little bit about the mobile clean room units and the quality control and compliance aspects of that?
Yeah, so in 2 sessions ago, Dr. Abdelmohsen spoke for a moment about the cost of achieving regulatory compliance and the massive investment that's necessary to achieve that. And one of the things that we've tried to do in our collaboration and in the detail of the design that we've gone to is to get to where we can do carbon copies such that we can drop the same Lego brick in different areas of the world with the same IT systems that can be remotely monitored such that we can control the regulatory compliance, such that we can enable better access. Because cost, and Bora's mentioned it a couple times, cost is a key factor here. And we've got to come up with more intelligent solutions. I think we are coming up with a more intelligent solution to control cost while still meeting the regulatory requirements. Those are absolutely necessary. So we'll get better quality, we'll get great compliance. We're going to do it just in a better way.
Boro, can you talk a little bit about some of the early learnings from this work in Brazil and how this is going to help you scale and grow this partnership?
Yeah, it's gone actually very smoothly. They've already come to visit us a couple of times, and we're already in the tech transfer. This happens in stages, right? And we're very excited that we'll use this as a blueprint because we're in discussion with other organizations around the world that also want that similar technology transfer. So we're developing all the detailed standard operating procedures, all that, so that it makes that tech transfer very, very easily. And we were very happy with the collaboration just because on the other side with Fiocruz, highly competent people, very dedicated to bring these therapies to their patients in their country. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that point of care is very important for countries like Brazil that are very, very large and have geographically very diverse areas. And it's very important that these therapies are made locally because there's a cost savings and there's an improvement of accessibility when you make them close where patients come for care.
And also the production timeline, right?
Actually, great that you reminded me. 7 days, actually, to produce it. So a patient can come in with cancer and 7 days later receive the therapy. And that's very important for patients with advanced disease because some of these current therapies, the lag times are so long that if you have advanced disease, you don't get the therapy in time. So having them made locally, timely, is very important for patients with advanced disease.
Go ahead, Kevin.
And Jenny, I was going to jump in and say that collaboration matters a lot, and specifically with the folks at Fiocruz, wonderful people, very mission focused organization as well. But coming together face to face with them, I think, was one of the learnings that we did well with. Because there are localization issues, there's electrical wires, there's bridges that have to be dealt with to get things in place. But when you build the relationships face to face, and I've heard in the conversations today, there's a lot going on in the world. Let's all be very honest. There's a lot going on in the world, but we have to collaborate. We have to come together and with a positive vision and make sure we give the handoff to that next generation. I've got a 16-year-old daughter. I want to give her a great handoff. And so I just encourage you all to be positive. There's a lot of good going on in the world and a lot of great people that are fighting for it.
I love that message of hope. I know my son is watching this right now, so that too. How are both organizations coming together to measure the impact of this, not just in terms of the countries reached, but patients, cost savings, all of the different aspects? How are you measuring partnership?
Well, I think the only important measure is the number of patients that are treated, right? And all the other metrics are derived from that. So the number of patients that get improved access as a result of these logistics and these generic therapies, that's our primary measure. Yeah.
Number of patients.
Yeah.
And is there a certain goal you have in mind? What is the vision looking forward?
Well, I mean, we want to deliver this globally, very, very, very simply. And as a call to action, I think a big part of the way that we go there is public-private partnerships. You've heard it spoke about since very early this morning up until, one presentation ago. We've got to come together. Carmen Villar a few minutes ago talked about, maybe a couple of companies and some NGOs and some governments. And Bora, you and I have been in 3 or 4 countries in the last couple of months, and we're going to be in another one on Friday. We've got to come together as a global community. We've got to deliver the hope. We've got to bring solutions out to the world, and they exist. They're ready to go.
Yeah, what's wonderful about the collaboration with Fiocruz, it really creates a very strong blueprint for us that we can then just use everywhere. And we are in discussions in India and other, Africa, other places of the world that are very interested in taking these technologies so they can produce these medicines themselves. And it's not simply about producing the medicines. There's an innovation component, right? So once they start manufacturing, they can start to innovate themselves. And so that's very important as part of the economic equation to distribute and these technologies and knowledge so that the countries can then go on and develop new generations of therapies themselves and then contribute to the global ecosystem that way as well.
Thanks, and I'm glad we ended on such a positive note. And if anyone wants to learn more about this partnership or how you can get involved, please come and talk to our panelists afterwards during networking. Big thanks to Caring Cross and to Germ Free for joining us. These events wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you,
Jenny.
Thank you. Back again from me again, Associate Editor at Devex. And speaking of innovation, our next conversation really talks a lot about innovation. We're going to be discussing digital health. I'd like you to welcome on stage our speakers, Ruchit Nagar, who's the CEO and co-founder of Cushy Baby, and Ramatu Yopoi, who's a community health worker with Partners in Health. Ruchit, I want us to kick off the conversation with you. I think your company, Cushy Baby, is such an example of how companies can evolve to meet the needs of countries and communities. You started off with a focus on a product and then moved to a focus on a system. Can you take us through that transition and evolution of Cushy Baby?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Cushy means happiness in Hindi. And initially, we wanted to have happy and healthy babies. And we had developed a solution that was focused on child immunization for under-resourced settings, working with a local NGO, generating evidence, doing randomized trials to see if our digital health application could actually be useful for the community health worker, as well as improve immunization outcomes. And after 2 or 3 years of gathering evidence that was promising, we went to the state government and we looked to see if we could scale up this focused solution across the state of Rajasthan, which is India's largest state by area. And that's when the health secretary told us that, well, you're looking at one problem, but actually I have 40 different digital health systems, and these community health workers are working on 12 different programs. We need to figure out how to fix the plumbing of the public health system. And that became our kind of refined vision and changed our approach to not just thinking about immunization or maternal and child health, but really thinking about the whole scale of the problem and how the community health worker needed to be centered around that problem. COVID became a pivotal moment for us because it allowed us to actually test whether we could translate our learnings from one healthcare domain into screening at a much larger scale for multiple primary healthcare issues. And through that learning, we were then able to go to different health programs one at a time. Now that we had built a base of the population that was screened through this platform, and say that, okay, now we have helped screen 14 million people across the state. Does the TB department want to start to leverage this? Does the vector-borne disease department want to start to leverage this? And they began to piggyback off that existing base that was built. But none of this would have been possible without having the ability to evolve, and the evolution requires you to be on the ground. It requires you to work with the communities directly. And since our beginning, we've had 15 members on our team, field monitors, that work side by side with the community health workers every day, and allows us to kind of iterate on the product, on the solution, but also make sure that that solution is, where is it working for them, where is it not working for them? And we still have a long ways to go.
Thank you so much. I think that raises such an important point. I think you say it's the health ministry, say there's 40 different apps that people are working on. And one of our journalists actually had the opportunity to go into the field with you and speak to some community health workers. And one of the issues that they raised is that they have this wonderful app that's helping them. They're able to keep track of like immunizations. They're able to get warnings when it's now time for a child to get an immunization, when they've missed an immunization. This is all wonderful, but they're still required to manually record this information, and they're also required to work on a range of other different apps, and it's not just one app. So I want to come to you, Ramatu. What has your experience been working with digital health solutions, and what would you like the companies and maybe the governments to understand as a community health worker?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I appreciate for me being here today. Digital help us a lot because first of all, it helps us to ease our job, and it helps us manage patient information, confidentiality. We refer patients through digital without spending money by transportation. We raise awareness with digital without facing the road network, which is very bad in the part of my area. And it also helps us to make sure that we refer patients from the facility to the community health worker that is staying in that community that patient is belong. So it has a lot of impact in CHW's work. It helped us a lot. It reduced stigma in the community. Before we use papers and pen, any household we approach, everybody want to know what we are doing, and sometimes we deal with patients that have a stigma with their status. So the neighborhood will just come around looking into the papers. So now when we're using the digital tools, you will just be discussing with your patient while you are doing the entering without anyone noticing what you are doing. So what I have to say here today, digital is very important for community health use. And if we want the world to be a better place to live, we need to invest in community health workers. And with digital, it's Nike. Thank you.
That's you can keep that one. That's such a great endorsement for digital health, and you must be really happy to hear that, Rachid. But I want to go back with you. Like, your program has got field workers who are working hand in hand with community health workers, and you've sort of made an effort to put community health workers at the center of the solution. Why is that so important, and what lessons can other companies take from this?
Yeah, that's a important question. Right now, we have to both design for the community health worker, but at the same time satisfy the requirement of the government guidelines and the decision makers who are working at the state and central governments. And if you look across all these different health programs in India, there are some 800 public health indicators across these 12 plus different programs that community health workers have to keep track of. They have to submit, reports at the end of the month on 50 activities that they're in order to get paid, and that takes them over 50 hours a month of just paperwork. So we have to design for a multi-stakeholder environment, and oftentimes the policymakers and even the other agencies that maybe focus on a specific health vertical, they are not going to the field to understand how multiple vertical solutions are causing a burden on the community health worker, and how, as a result of that, the data quality is suffering, and the data that's being reported, because the quality suffers, is not as useful to actually feed back to the community and improve the conditions on the ground. So what is needed, I think, is to have both that tree level view and forest level view, and better coordination and collaboration, both with policymakers, with development agencies, and having community health workers have a seat at the table. So that way the system that is ultimately designed, that plumbing, is something that is rational for the person that will have to take the burden of it forward, and something that can actually enable her to use that system to its full potential. As we just heard, the digital health tools can be enabling. They have tremendous potential to make impact, but that impact can only be unlocked if they don't also have to work on paper, if the data is integrated, and if they're properly incentivized based off the work that they're reporting, so that way, ultimately, that data can feed back to improve the communities. They are ultimately the public health researchers. They are the eyes and ears of the community. So the reports that they send need to have some value, and there needs to be some rationalization around it.
Thank you so much. Rama, Ruchit actually just broke down some of the things that companies and governments also need to consider. And you gave digital health like a seal of approval. But is there anything that digital health companies can do to make your work easier?
Yeah, thank you again. I have just stated some like it helps a lot, because even by tracking the patient, because some of our patients will go lost to follow up, we use digital tools to track them by not going to the community, start asking door to door. You trace the patient through the system and you find the name, the community, the location. You go straight there and track the patient and get the information you need. So it's very, very important. And it helps people to have the confidence to work with us, believing that their secret is being safe with us, as we are the trusted messengers. I think with digitals, we can do it more better.
I'll just add on that. I think, so where we work in India right now, there are still 5 or 10 years ago, it was 10 registers, and now it's 10 apps plus 10 registers. So I don't know if we've made progress, but our solution that we are trying to implement on the ground is supposed to be integrated. So you register the person, you do a census of your village, you register each family, and then you can longitudinally follow up each person, no matter what program they fall in. And what community health workers have told us is useful for them, even though they have a double or triple burden, is that they can actually see all the houses that they need to visit today, this week, this month, according to the different programs. It helps them organize and pre-plan their activities. It has decision support built in, and it can have the potential to automate some of their work. So that's where we're trying to really unlock that value, but we will definitely need support from the policymakers and other development partners.
And final question, do policymakers get a sense of this increased burden as well? Do they understand that? And what are sort of the next steps? Are there any steps in India, like to decrease that burden? I know you said you moved from 10 manual registers to 10 manual registers plus apps. That sounds excessive.
Yeah, no, I think we're having this interesting transition period right now, and we should avoid the perils of over documentation, which developed countries have fallen into. But some of the exciting initiatives, I would say, is the government of India is trying to streamline how apps talk to each other through a common language or through a common framework. And we believe that this will actually allow for interoperability between systems to make it easier to connect pre-existing systems with new systems as well. And also what's good about that framework is that it keeps the patient in the center. So having a patient-driven, consent-driven process to how records are being shared. So these are some exciting developments India's National Digital Health Mission is trying to implement in order to solve some of these well-entrenched problems.
Thank you so much to both of you for joining me. We'll definitely be on the lookout for some of these innovations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rumbi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Jones. I'm editorial director at Devex, and I'm delighted, if we take a seat, to be joined on stage by Dr. Ruben Ayala, who's Chief of Policy and Advocacy at Operation Smile. Welcome, Ruben.
Thank you so much, Richard, and great pronunciation, by the way. Ruben Ayala.
Ruben, muchas gracias. Well, welcome to the Devex stage. A big thanks to Operation Smile for your partnership and helping us to power our journalism here in New York this week. Perhaps we could jump into it to set the scene. Could you give us a quick introduction to Operation Smile and maybe start to break down some of the challenges that you're facing in the communities that you're serving around the world in terms of access to safe and affordable surgical care?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Great to be with you. I am privileged to serve as part of an organization called Operation Smile that has been taking care of children with congenital conditions known as cleft lip and cleft palates for 42 years now. And over the years, we've been able to give high quality, safe surgical care and comprehensive care to children around the world. And we're very proud of that. But as our co-founder would say, children bring us back to the community and they show us their need. And because of that, we have been exposed to endless amounts of people who come to us, not only for cleft conditions, but for burn care, for tumors, for trauma-related reconstruction. So you're exposed to these massive needs. So when you're asking me about safe surgical care, I'm here to tell you about the biggest challenge and injustice in health that you might have never heard about, and that is the lack of access to safe surgical care. 5 billion people in the world lack access to safe surgical obstetrics and anesthesia care.
And can you give us a little bit more on specific barriers that patients in particularly low and middle income countries are facing in terms of accessing cleft and other essential surgeries?
Yeah, so they're endless. So there are barriers that are cultural, financial, geographical, structural, and they cause people to delay care. They don't seek care on time. They might they delay reaching care, and if they get to a point, the care might not actually be available. So imagine it this way: a mother might not go look for care for her child because she might think her child has been cursed, and this is a punishment for her. And we have to change that perception. a family might not might not look for a place because it's way too far for them. A community might pull together the resources to get to a place of care, but they finally get to a hospital and there are no doctors or no nurses or people who are able to offer care and be qualified for that.
So myriad barriers, but can you tell us a little bit more about how your strategy is helping to overcome this in practice? What is Operation Smile doing to really affect sustainable change, and what are some of the key benefits of the approaches that you're using compared to traditional models?
Certainly. So over the years, we've had to figure out how to overcome those barriers. So a lot of education, awareness, certainly delivery of high quality medical care so that people trust us and they know that they can receive the care. But currently and into the future, we're really basing our efforts in a hub and spoke model. And if you think about it, and we look at different industries that have succeeded, so many of us came here today and we got on a plane, traveled at 35,000 feet. You might have watched a movie. You probably got a little upset about the crackers that you got instead of a nice meal. But the point is, you got here because you had a whole ecosystem that could take care of that goal that you have. So we're trying to do the same when it comes to health by leaning on hubs that have excellence and training for people in the spoke so that care is closer to children, care is closer to families, that there's systems that are in place to support health workers, and ultimately that the care is offered in an affordable or free way for people.
And in terms of results, I mean, how is this model positively impacting communities that you're working with? Could you give us a few key outcomes or any lessons learned from your experience?
Yeah, so this is something we're really proud about. So when we look at a place like Guatemala, where we are working in Guatemala City with our hope, but we go to different places in the country to create these spokes. We're seeing that care is closer indeed to people, that health workers, as they receive the care, the support and the teaching and the training, feel empowered to actually deliver the care. And in fact, I must highlight that a lot of these workers are real heroes who all they need is a little bit of support from us to be able to fulfill the promise that they've made to their own communities. And beyond the hub and spoke model, we realize that in coordination with the ministers of health, as we take care of people and we develop the trust, we can dream higher. We just supported the Ministry of Health of Ghana. The government of Ghana launched a national surgical plan, and they're aiming in the next 5 years to make sure that they're offering outstanding care to 30 million people.
Wow. And could you give us a little bit more about how you're providing support to health workers in specific communities? What sort of activities are you engaged in, and how can other groups help you in this journey to really strengthen the point of care in the communities in which you're serving?
Yeah, so health workers, what they need from us sometimes is that support, and we offer that support in terms of education, which is a huge multiplier. A lot of times people are swimming by themselves, trying to get ahead, and just to come and give them the tools and the resources and the instruction, and for them to know they have a network or support, gives them the chance to propel care way forward. Supplies, equipment, improvements in infrastructure so that they have a place where they can offer care in dignity and patients can know that this is a place of hope and change are some of the things that we're undertaking as an organization on an ongoing basis.
So the solutions are there, but how can you create sustainable solutions, and how do you achieve scale in all of this?
Yeah, so that's a little bit of the challenge for the future, and hopefully a little bit of a call to action. So we know that we can deliver care. We know that the solutions are available. If you think about it, we're in New York. The last fistula hospital closed New York in 1895, and we're still grappling with issues around surgical care for mothers, for instance, in other parts of the world. But the solutions that we can offer relate to education, investments, innovations, partnerships, coordination. So many outstanding speakers have come today to talk about the specific entities that they deal with, but there's so much that we can do together, and the solutions are there. One of the things I would say is for any of you who are here, if you want to hear a little bit more about Operation Smile and want to think about the future and what we can do together, just come to us, because there are no crazy ideas, just potential strokes of genius when taking care of people.
And if you did have a magic wand, Ruben, what would be the next frontier for Operation Smile? What's the vision for the future of cleft care? what needs to happen now and what needs to happen, say in the next 5-10 years in this sector to really drive forward change?
Yeah, so again, we're very proud of what we have done over the years, and we'll continue to offer high quality care. But sometimes we have to just stop and think, are we really growing? Are we stewards of the past, or we are proponents of the future? So as I look at the next frontier of Operation Smile, it will be, once again, coordination with governments, partnerships, huge support and respect for the health workers that are doing heroic works, and a relentless focus on really bringing opportunities and dignity to people around the world through surgical care, and bring out the crazy ideas. We will figure out a way to make those big, hairy, audacious goals into an opportunity for people.
Bring on the ideas, and how can the global health community, many luminaries in global health sitting out in our audience today and speaking on the Devex stage this week, but how can they help you to more effectively contribute to the mission at Operation Smile? What do you need from global health practitioners, policymakers, funders here in New York during UNGA 79 and beyond that?
Yeah, so I think we have to stop thinking about the work that we do in health as specific single entities, and we have to start thinking about how together we figure out how to invest in health systems. Because the same health worker who might be helping us screen a patient is the same health worker that might be actually helping offer a vaccine. So how can we co-invest? And actually, the word is invest. We continue to look at health as an expense, when in reality, it is the way for us to really reap the benefits of a vision of a hopeful potential future filled with dignity and opportunity.
Dr. Ruben Ayala from Operation Smile, I think we'll leave it there, but many thanks for these minutes on stage and for your partnership and helping us to really drive forward our journalism here at UNGA in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
Thank
gracias.
you so much for all of you. Muchas gracias.
I'd now like to welcome my colleague Catherine Cheney back to the stage.
Thank you, Richard. And I am thrilled to be joined by James Snowden. So for about 10 years almost, I worked for Devex out on the West Coast in California, covering technology, innovation, and philanthropy in global health and development. And one name that came up very often was open philanthropy. So I hope many of you are familiar with Open Phil. And if you're not, and you work in this space, you should be. But in this conversation, we're going to talk with James, who oversees Open Philanthropy's global health and well-being programs on policy and effective altruism. We're going to talk about an exciting new partnership around tackling lead poisoning, which you might have heard about this week. But for Open Philanthropy, this is not new. This is something you've been working on. And we're going to start with lead and then understand how lead reflects the way that Open Philanthropy selects its causes among the many causes where they could direct. They're quite significant sources of funding. So again, earlier this week, many of you may have seen there was the launch of the Partnership for a Lead-Free Future. It's a coalition of partners across government, business, and philanthropy. But you might be less familiar with Open Philanthropy's role in that. So James, can you tell us more about Open Philanthropy's role in this partnership? And then we'll talk about how, again, this isn't new for you. This is something you've been working on.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Catherine. Yeah, maybe one thing to say up front, this actually started with our sister organization, GiveWell, but before I came to Open Philanthropy. And it's funny, it's nice to be here with Catherine because you were the first journalist who actually gave a damn. And
we did meet years ago when you were at GiveWell. Thank you.
I remember it very well because it was, no one was talking about the issue at the time. And it's been remarkable over the last six months or so to see it really, really taking off. So maybe just to say about why we have been interested in this area for a while. So Open Philanthropy and GiveWell, very similar organizations. I'll talk about Open Philanthropy because it's probably not that interesting to distinguish. But the main lens we look at the world through is how can we help others the most with the resources available to us. And we're extremely lucky to work with donors who share those values and share those goals. And obviously that's an incredibly difficult question. And so the framework that we use to decide on which programs to launch is centered around 3 pillars. So that's importance, neglectedness, and tractability. So how much does this particular disease, risk factor, cause area, how much damage does it cause? Who else is working on it? And is it possible to make progress? And almost always we get 2 of those, not 3. So lead exposure is one of the most exciting areas that I've ever worked on. And I think it really hits all 3. So just to go through each very briefly. So in terms of importance, current estimates from the Global Burden of Disease Project suggest 1.5 million people every year die from lead exposure. That's more than both HIV and malaria combined, which are 2 extremely neglected diseases in themselves. In terms of how much current attention before the recent launch on lead exposure, under $15 million was our best estimate every year. So that's less than 1,000. Well, that's 1,000 times less than what is spent on comparable problems. And then in terms of tractability, this was something that we were less sure about 5 years ago when I started working on this. But if we really zoom out and look at the global track record on lead exposure, the US in the 1970s, rates of lead exposure were higher than they are anywhere in the world today, almost. And they've now come down over 95%, largely due to the elimination of leaded gasoline. And so it is possible to make progress on this issue, and I'm excited to get started.
So as you mentioned, under 15 million has been spent annually on this issue. And yet another statistic that's come up this week is that 1 in 2 children, half of children in low and middle income countries are affected by lead poisoning. And I want to mention a quote that USAID Administrator Samantha Power said earlier this week that to me connects with importance, neglectedness, and tractability. She said, "Never in my career have I seen such a compelling, low-cost opportunity to make such a massive impact on a major global killer." One of the things I find super interesting about this partnership is, again, for so long having covered the West Coast's role in global development, this is an example of open philanthropy coming together with USAID, coming together with UNICEF. So can you talk about, again, you've been working on this issue for years. You've been a pretty influential funder in this space because, again, we're only looking at what has been $15 million a year. How did you all come together, and what kind of leverage are you hoping for?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is very unusual for us. I've been working in open philanthropy for a few years at GiveWell for many years before that, and our kind of traditionally we've focused on fairly linear theories of change, and so I spent a lot of my career working on bed net distribution or vitamin A supplementation, and those are extremely cost-effective opportunities. But this is a very different type of problem. It's regulatory. That's how you end lead exposure, and so working closely with governments is obviously a crucial part of that. Having said that, I had not expected to be in the position we are now 1 year ago. I would say a lot of it is down to the administrator herself. She's been remarkable on this issue. It's really captured her, and I know she cares personally about it a lot. I also wanted to say Atul Gawande, the assistant administrator, has personally been helping us with this work, and so that's been extremely exciting. And I would just say, I think you probably heard a lot on this stage already. This is not the best time in the world for to be launching a new program, given the current state of global aid budgets and replenishments coming around the corner. And I think this is an opportunity for philanthropists to step up. And so I think what USAID has really brought to the table, as well as the funding which it's provided, it committed $25 million on Monday, which is a huge impact that we think we could have with that. But really, what Samantha Power can do is very different from what we can do as philanthropists. She can talk to heads of state. There were, I believe, 27 heads of state on Monday who committed to end lead exposure by 2040, and that's just not a position that I would have guessed we were in a year ago.
You all bring different things to the table, and just to be very clear about Open Phil's role, part of what you bring is resources and experience working with other donors to kind of collect resources. So this Partnership for a Lead-Free Future that launched this week, it's a $150 million initiative. $104 million of that comes from the Lead Exposure Action Fund, a collaborative fund run by Open Philanthropy. So just to be very clear about your very influential role here. I also want to just quickly understand the strategy. So you mentioned a lot of this is about regulatory issues. And you've mentioned there are 3 pillars to the strategy here: measurement, mitigation, and mainstreaming. So can you talk with us a little bit about that? And I think many people in this room are familiar with the progress the US has made, but there's also been progress in low and middle income countries, success stories we can build on. We need many more of them. But tell us about that strategy and what's an example of progress that you want to see more of?
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Yeah, so as you said, there are 3 pillars to our strategy. So measurement, mitigation, and mainstreaming. So measurement, we need to understand this problem. That there are 2 parts to that. One is getting nationally representative blood lead level surveys completed. Very, very few countries in the world, even high-income countries, run these surveys. They're not that expensive. We can get them done. And that's the basis, not just for understanding the problem, but that's how you know which kids are exposed, who should you be following up with? So it's not just about establishing a baseline. It's not just about collecting the data. This is actually part of the intervention itself. The second part of measurement is understanding where the sources are coming from. So, in the past, leaded gasoline has been an enormous problem. And then more recently, we've started to find other issues that, weren't on my radar, at least. Things like lead being added to spices. Lead in paint is an issue that the US has been dealing with for a long time. And then in the mitigation piece, we want to focus on the low-hanging fruit while also working with governments to establish systems to address sources of exposure that might not be that easy, right? So one of the challenging things about this area, while I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, it's not clear where the lead is coming from right now. We have our hypotheses that there are lots of suspects. This could be an easier or harder problem depending on what is actually causing the exposure. But maybe to zoom in on a couple of things that I think are quite easy.
Great.
So one of them is paint. Many countries in the world still don't have regulation against paint, and even in countries where there are regulations on the books, they're very poorly enforced. And so one of my favorite grantees is an amazing organization called the Lead Exposure Elimination Project. And so they will go into countries, and just for a few $1,000s, they can run surveys in marketplaces and test paint for lead. And what they've very broadly found is even in countries where they have regulations on the books, they are not being enforced. There is still lead in paint. But the good news is that it is not hard to reformulate paint. There are many alternatives to this. It's an incredible, when you just kind of zoom out and think what we're doing when we are painting our walls with lead, that is a problem that will last 10, 20, 50, potentially hundreds of years into the future. That doesn't go away. When that building is demolished, all of that lead is still there. So this is a really kind of very long time scale preventative intervention, which is extremely exciting.
And you mentioned spices, for example. I know that in researching this and talking with you, I learned that part of why lead is added to turmeric, or the reason why lead is added to turmeric, is to make turmeric more yellow.
Yeah.
So perhaps with that change, children and families won't be eating lead in turmeric if we can just accept a slightly less yellow color, for example.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't even know yellow turmeric was meant to be better. So this was a real learning experience for me as well. I came across this issue. I want to give a lot of credit to a Stanford PhD, PhD student at the time. She did her PhD on lead exposure in Bangladesh. And what she found working with local collaborators, particularly ICDDRB, is that it seemed like a lot of the exposure that kids were facing literally came from lead chromate being added to turmeric post-production to make it more yellow so that it would fetch a very slightly higher price on the market. And so the nice thing about this issue is that there is not a big corporate opposition to removing lead from turmeric. There is not a pro-lead spices lobby. Mm-hmm. And so she worked very closely with the Bangladeshi government, and it was very easy to name and shame people who were doing this and to roll it up the supply chain. And within a couple of years, the blood lead levels in a nationally representative survey of children nearby had declined by about 30%. It's very hard to estimate the lives saved from this, but my best estimate is that intervention will have saved 20,000 lives over the next 5 years at a cost of under $100 per life saved.
It's a great example. In closing, we did a deep dive on lead poisoning because it's very newsy, and open philanthropy, is coming out in a big way in this big partnership around lead. Again, the reason we're talking lead poisoning is, one, it's an important issue. Two, it reflects how you select causes, importance, neglectedness, and tractability. And just putting myself in the shoes of people in this room and tuning in online, they might be wondering, how can I get on Open Phil's radar, right? My issue is important, it's neglected, it's tractable. Just quickly, let's close with a preview of, in addition to lead poisoning, what are some other things you're looking at or things we should look out for?
Oh gosh, so many things. Well, first of all, I'll say that we do not see ourselves as the objective arbiter of truth over what the most cost-effective work is, even though that's what we are trying to aim at. Some other areas that I think are extremely exciting and neglected. I mean, air quality is just something that has been, it kills millions and millions of people every year and is still, I think, structurally neglected. And so maybe that's the one that I would, particularly call out.
Well, I want to thank you, James, for joining us. And I'll have a few quick closing remarks, but please join me in thanking James for his time. And we look forward to following your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
So thank you again for your time and attention today, whether you're here with us in person or tuning in online. I just have a few quick things to close with. For those of you here with us in person, I'm standing between you and lunch, which is a very difficult spot to be in, so I'll try to be quick. But I do want to thank all of the partners who have made this work possible today. Our impact partners, Caring Cross and Germ-Free Laboratories, CGAP, Food for the Hungry, Zipline, funders Organized for Rights in the Global Economy, or FORGE, Gilead, ISN, Operation Smile, PAI, ServiceNow, and Boehringer Ingelheim. Our ecosystem partners, the African Development Bank, AstraZeneca, AT-Scale, AXA, AXA, again, Boehringer Ingelheim, GSK, AMREF Africa, MSD for Mothers, Vodafone Foundation, and our supporting partners, HemoQ and Rabin Martin. Thank you to all of these partners. And again, as Raj Kumar mentioned earlier today, it represents the diversity of partners needed to move the needle on these issues. I wanted to mention that we're going to expand on many of these themes at Devex World in Washington, D.C. on October 24th. It's taking place the same week as the World Bank annual meetings. James just mentioned air quality. That's one example we'll definitely be diving into among many issues you've heard about today. And we're offering all attendees for our UNGA Summit here and online a $400 discount. So you can use the coupons at registration, or there should be a QR code. Here you go, with a discount code. Really hope to see you there. If you enjoyed today's speaker lineup, more to come at Devex World. Join us again tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern, for day 2 of the Future Can't Wait Summit. Some of the speakers I'm really looking forward to hearing from include Hamdi Ulukaya, the founder and CEO of Chobani, America Ferrera, IOM Global Goodwill Ambassador, Mafalda Duarte, Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, and Ankur Vora, Chief Strategy Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, just to name a few. We also invite you to stay with us this afternoon for some of our partnership events. We have one on transformative health policies for NCDs in partnership with AstraZeneca and BI, ensuring cancer care for all in partnership with MSD, and securing the future, how partnership and development finance can foster peace and drive resilience in partnership with AFDB and UNHCR. So with that, we'll conclude day 1 of our new summit. More partner content to come. Thank you so much again, everyone, for your time and attention and your work on these issues. Thank you.